Everyone, when I start this is the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. I'm Councilmember Weezar. We've been joined by Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson, by Councilmember Mitch Englander, Councilmember Bob Blumenfield, Councilmember Corinne Price. We have a quorum. I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item of business is item number, well, actually, we have the multiple agenda item comment piece, which the city clerk will advise us that given our procedures today for public comment, that we have no public comment cards, but people will be allowed to speak without cards. How do we do the multiple agenda item comment? Okay. All right. We will forego the multiple agenda item comment section. Typically, that is for individuals wishing to speak on more than one item. Today, people can speak on all items if you wish. So we will forego multiple agenda item comment. With that, if we could move to item number 2, and if we could ask Mr. Blumenfield if you'd like to present this or have staff present this on your motion. Where's Mr. Blumenfield?
Sure, I'm happy to say a few words about it.
Let's call it to order.
Sure.
Mr. Mejia, if you could call it to order, please. Item 2.
Sure. Item 2, Councilman, this is a motion by Councilman Blumenfield and Buscaino. It's instructing the Planning Department in consultation with the City Attorney to prepare an ordinance that would provide a definition of animal rescue and animal adoption facilities.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is near and dear to my heart. This came up, we had an issue with a local rescue, Rock and Rescue, and because of a zoning issue, they were almost removed from where their location was, and they're an important part of the community. I introduced this motion earlier to help address what I and many neighbors think is a real issue related to pet adoption and rescues that help care for these pets. Pets mean a lot of things to a lot of people. Mental health, physical well-being. Currently, in the city pet adoption centers can only be located in our industrial and manufacturing zones. Yet in the past, we've had pet stores were allowed in our commercial corridors without objections. With new city policies in place to encourage animal adoptions, no-kill objectives with pet stores, commercially bred animals are a relic. And it's necessary to bring pets back to our commercial centers in an appropriate way and to encourage people to adopt pets while they're out shopping. Not only do they deserve a place where more people can see them, but it'll help fill vacancies in our commercial areas that have sprouted up from the rise of Amazon, online sales, and everything else. So I want to work with my colleagues here to make an ordinance that will finally bring pets back to the neighborhoods. And in light of this, I have 2 amendments to my original motion. First, I want the motion should concentrate on allowing pet adoption centers in commercial zones. It should define rescues, but depending on how encompassing that definition is, they may work in commercial areas because of the needs and requirements of the animals in question, but it should be about adoption centers. And second, I want to combine this motion or link it to one that my colleague, Councilmember Koretz, introduced a while back. That motion is in Council File 11-0754-S2, because there's a lot of similarities to those. I don't think this is very controversial, but I think it's important and it reflects sort of modern living.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. With that, any of the questions or comments and from committee members? No? We do have one person that signed up for this item. If you could come down, please, to one of the microphones on either side of the stage. Are you here? Oh, there you are. Okay, let's do that one. Okay. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Phyllis Doherty with the Animal Issues Movement. We oppose this motion because it's unnecessary. We already have a process to allow unsuitable businesses to be in commercial and residential zones. It's called a conditional use permit. Pet stores are entirely different. They only have animals under 4 months of age. There's no effluence, there's no heavy burden on the sewage system, on sanitation, on the disease issue. Diseases spread airborne from animals. These retail rescue pet shops which charge up to $750 per animal. They are a business. They should not have any special preference. They should be treated the same as any other business, and we need to maintain the safety of our communities. They can house an unlimited number of adult dogs of any breed next door to any business. It could be a hospital, a doctor, a child care center. That needs to be restricted. It needs to be done by the city. You need to maintain the current zoning and allow them where they're with the CUP process.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please. And if you could please state your name before you speak. Thank you.
Herman for you, sir, Mr. Weezar. As you know that, yes, without these restrictions of the reversible, unchangeable zonings, you've created a headache of problems for all of us animal lovers and those of us who strictly are allowed a service dog. Now, when you got fifth place loser Englander, his wife can't pay for a license,
Not on a,
and you have other people who open up businesses under a fake business to sell pets, and they're not selling pets, that is a problem of zoning. So get your shit together, put our community back the way it should be, and allow people to live in harmony as opposed to all these amendments and bullshit regulations you place upon us, and then at the end you want to reverse them. So get your license straight, and Steve Sobroff, the asshole from LAPD Police Commission, pay for your dog license. Woo, woo.
Thank you. So with that, we will move the item as amended by Mr. Blumenfield, and we are referring this item to staff, correctly? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you very much. Next item is the report from the Director of Planning, Mr. Vince Bertoni. Mr. Bertoni.
No report today.
No report today, so we will receive and file item number 1. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, Mr. Mejia, if you could call that item to order, please.
Sure. Item 5, Councilman, this is 2 appeals, actually, by Robert Logue, and also representing the West Mar Vista Residents Association and the South Mar Vista Neighborhood Association, relative to a Department of City Planning approval of a density bonus compliance review for a mixed-use project with 77 units in CD 11.
Thank you. We heard this item in committee before. We referred it to the City Planning Commission. It's back before us today. We do not need any department presentation since we've had it already, but we will hear from the appellant and applicant and any other public comments. So for the appellant, Saeed Ali, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Saeed Ali. I'm here on behalf of the West Mar Vista Residents Association and the South Mar Vista Neighborhood Association. We have a very extensive record in the file for you. Last time you had agreed to Councilmember Bonan's motion to use for the use of the Section 245 motion and refer the item back to the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission did not respond affirmatively to Mr. Bonan's motion, and therefore the matter is before you with our full support. There are 3 points additionally that I want to make today. First and foremost, there's an issue with the height of the proposed project and the parking for the proposed project. This particular developer has accepted a lower height comparable to what Councilmember Bonan is proposing, as well as parking on site, which is another condition that Councilmember Bonan has proposed. The developer accepted that proposal literally across the street for another housing project similar to the one that is under consideration today. Secondly, I want to draw your attention to the misuse of state law for the purposes of granting higher density and other bonuses to the developer through the use of the term transit priority area It turns out, by checking with the Southern California Association of Governments, which has informed the city planning department, the department has misclassified this project because the intersection that was identified as a major transit stop is not a major transit stop. Therefore, the Planning Commission should be instructed by you, we request, to reconsider that decision. Thirdly, the Commission has awarded a significant economic benefit to the project developer by reducing the number of required parking spaces using a bill, Assembly Bill 744, that was chaptered on January 1st, 2016. In doing so, the department and the Commission have arbitrarily chosen one of the two options that are made available to local jurisdiction in that measure. Option A is that the city conduct a periodic parking study whose specifications are laid out clearly in that very section. The second option is an arbitrary one, that if the city fails to or does not wish to, then an arbitrary parking number of 0.5 parking spaces per bedroom will be imposed. The city decided to accept that arbitrary number without giving a reason why. We request that the city conduct the study. That is an option under the law. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from the applicant and/or its representative. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Resnick with the law firm of Jeffer, Mangels, Butler, and Mitchell. I'm here representing a woman-owned development business who is trying to build an affordable housing project at 12444 Venice Boulevard. This project will have 79 units, and I need the record to reflect that because there's a mistake here where it says 77. Under AB 2501, that was to be corrected to 79 units. It's ironic and fitting that we're here before you today on a day where you're considering affordable housing and a linkage fee. There are people for and against the linkage fee in this room, but I guarantee you that everyone in this room is for more housing in this city. And the reality is that we have a project on Venice Boulevard in West Los Angeles in a commercial zone that has no height limit, that is providing 79 units, of which 11% will be very low income. And yet this city council, now for the second time, is interfering with the ability to get this project built. It's been approved twice by the City Planning Commission unanimously. And yet we can't get past the constant review. Today before you are proposed conditions to lower the height of the building by 6 feet because some people in the neighborhood and the councilman feel it's too tall. But the reality is that in order to provide the additional units and the low-income units, we need the space. So now there's a condition in front of you suggesting that the ceiling heights in each unit be limited to 8 feet. Have you ever done that? Have you ever told a developer you can only have ceiling heights of 8 feet? Do you know what that's like? Normal ceiling heights are 9 feet. 8 feet is cramped quarters to live permanently in that. And you're saying all units in that building have to be 8 feet in ceiling heights. That's punishing, that's burdensome, punishing a project that is providing 11% very low income. Not only punishing the low-income tenants who would live there, but all the rest of the market-based tenants. Why? It just seems to me that in a day when you're looking to find solutions for creating more affordable housing in this city, why are you not letting an affordable housing project that doesn't seek any subsidies, not a dime, proceed? This is now the second time. The Planning Commission reviewed this again a few weeks ago, and notwithstanding those appeals, the Planning Commission stood by its position and said, no, this is a great project, this is a good project. And now the council called it up again for review. And so I urge you not to interfere with projects that have no variances, no adjustments, no zone changes, no general plan amendments, consistent with every rule on the book. And what you're doing is setting an example that actually speaks to the crisis that we have in the city of housing. What it demonstrates is that one of the reasons we can't get housing built in the city is not the lack of money or not the regulations, but the political will of this body to get housing done. And so you have a choice. If you once again want to interfere with a project that's fully compliant and that the planning department staff has reviewed ad infinitum and approved it, Planning Commission reviewed and heard all the comments, heard all the concerns, and basically said, no, this project should proceed. I urge you to remove any condition that's in front of you that limits the ceiling heights or limits the building height, because that is punitive to projects that have affordable housing. As far as the parking goes, the parking at the ground level that is being sought to eliminate it is excess parking. It's not code parking. All the required parking is underground. The councilman doesn't want to see parking on the ground floor, we'll get rid of it. But the irony is it was put in there because the community originally said we need more parking. So make up your minds whether you want more parking or not parking, but either way, let's let this project proceed so jobs can be had and buildings can be built. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to general public comment on this item, and if people could please identify themselves before they speak. Thank you.
My name is Pamela Day, and I am the developer of this project. And as Ben Resnick just told you, this is a by right, affordable and market rate project that asks for no variances, no off-market incentives, takes away zero housing, and doesn't even remove a single tree from the neighborhood. This has been approved multiple times, and are we really here to have another conversation about the approval of an affordable project that's by right? Are we really here for petty vetoes and arbitrary conditions that in and of themselves serve as a tax on these projects? Already, these arbitrary conditions and constant hearings have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars on this project, which will be passed along to the end user. It's an unfair tax, it's an unfair lien, it's an unfair condition, and it's slowing down the process for those of us who are trying to provide the housing that this city needs. Please just approve this project and let us get on with building the housing.
Good. Next.
I'm Kenneth Frazee, a resident of Mar Vista. The real issue in this case is whether Los Angeles will have family-friendly neighborhoods or not. That's the issue. In spite of the cost of housing, Mar Vista is still a family-friendly neighborhood. 3 generations are evenly represented on my block and on most blocks. But allow a 7-story building like this, with all the other oversized buildings to follow, and a tipping point will be reached, and Mar Vista will no longer be a family-friendly neighborhood. Children will no longer be able to play in the street. Congestion will restrict mobility for family activities. More strangers and increased transiency will mean less safety and a diminished sense of community. Our group has been called a bunch of...
Hello, excuse me, hold this time, please. Hold this time, please. I'm sorry, sir. To the audience, if we could be respectful of speaking while other people have the floor. We have a long meeting today. There's going to be a lot of speakers, and if we continue to do that, first and foremost, we won't be able to hear from each other as to our points of view, and that's essential to this meeting. But secondly, it's going to take much longer to get through this meeting if we continue to do that. We have a general policy at all committee meetings for the City Council for the City of Los Angeles is that if an individual disrupts a meeting, we give them one warning. On the second time they do that, we ask them to leave. So we want to get through this as quickly as efficiently as possible as we listen to one another through the process. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our group has been called a bunch of old people who resent change. That is blatantly false. We represent younger people who can't come here on Tuesday afternoon because they have to work or pick up their kids from school. They and we want Mar Vista to continue to be a family-friendly neighborhood. Whether it will be or not is up to you. Thank you.
My name is Holly Tilson. I'm a Mar Vista resident. I'm here speaking about the Great Streets, which we are trying to, the Community Council has Venice Boulevard as their Great Street. This building is 7 stories tall. It towers above the 1, 2, and occasional 3-story buildings we have here. The parking, Ms. Day has a project yet unbuilt across the street with below-grade parking. This building, the parking's at grade with 1 level below. We're asking for all parking to be put below grade. Her lawyer mentioned that they have excess parking. The community has asked for adequate parking because the whole neighborhood is underparked or overparked. I don't know what to say. I oppose this building as proposed, but the community would like to work with Ms. Day and CD11 and have a project built.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Margaret Hosier, and I'm a member of Mar Vista resident, and I'm opposed to this building as currently approved by the Planning Committee. I support Mike Bonin and his proposal for the downsizing of this project. I ask you to deny this project for failing to meet the criteria for site plan review approval. Please take note that all of the impacts that have been brought to your attention and to also the city's attention should be addressed in an environmental impact report and EIR so that they may be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn Hatt. I'm a Mar Vista homeowner, and I'm not opposed to more housing, but there needs to be adequate parking, which there is not for this plan. The buses don't run frequently enough. I have the bus schedule right here, and during peak times it runs anywhere from 16 to 21 minutes. To get this bonus density, there's supposed to be at least every 15 minutes during peak times, which is not the case. What I'm really afraid of is that all the renters won't have a place to park, and they're going to be parking in the neighborhood. I mean, it's already overparked. They're going to be driving around, using up more gas, just looking for a place to park. There needs to be more parking for this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable Plum members. I'm a Mar Vista resident and pretty long time Los Angeles resident, and I would first I support Councilmember Mike Bonin's efforts to reduce the size of this project that is not in scale with the neighborhood. You've heard from other neighbors about the impacts that new developments like this would have in the area. It's not a positive thing. So I would urge that you take that into consideration and scale back. Ask that the developers scale this project back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robert Shafer. I'm a Mar Vista resident. I oppose this project because it's totally out of character with the 1, 2, and 3-story buildings that populate Venice Boulevard, and also because both Venice Boulevard and Centinela, which we're viewing as the transportation corner, are basically gridlocked during most business hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark Valianatos, representing Abundant Housing LA. Abundant Housing is a volunteer pro-housing organization. We support more homes of all types throughout Los Angeles. We've consistently supported this project as it brings badly needed market rate and affordable units to LA. And let me just address some of what I've heard about community character, family friendliness, and the impacts of more housing. You know what the impacts of more housing are? There are more people, more neighbors, more low-income residents, more market rate residents, people who will be our friends, who will shop at our businesses, who will go to our schools, who will be people in our businesses. The thing that will help Los Angeles be more diverse and family-friendly and sustainable into the future is providing homes for people. So please support this project. Thank you.
So in question to jobs and affordable housing, you can allocate HHH money for the variance to complete the project. It's not reversible. It's not stoppable. But when the process of the planning went through all the process of the zoning, the planning commissions, and those nights of battling back and forth with developer, you allowed it. You allowed them to get what they wanted to build. And now you're stepping back like little pussies to not allow the developer to complete the job. Unfortunately, it's too bad for the people in that area because that's the way how white genocide works in our communities. People like you that take advantage of us but not allow the developer to develop. So pass this motion forward and allow the variance, allow the cramped quarters, and allow it to become a political liability based on what you completed. Nothing.
Thank you. Next. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Lori Christopher. I live about a half a mile from the proposed development, a half a block off of Venice Boulevard with my 2 young children. I am opposed to the development as is for a couple of reasons, which you've probably already heard. One is because of the size and scale of the development, also because of the adverse impact it's going to have as a result of that scale on parking and on traffic, which has already been considerably impacted by the reduction of the lanes on Venice Boulevard for that 5-block area. Also, I would like to ask that an environmental impact report be done again and a transit study because declaring that that is a major transit stop is not accurate at this point with the bus lines. I am all for affordable housing. This is 7 units of low-income housing, and the rest is all market rates. It will not solve affordable housing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter Lin. I'm originally immigrant from Taiwan about 30 years ago. I really support this project. I think we need more housing. We need more affordable housing. Last week, my friend visited me from Taiwan. They live in a Pasadena hotel, and they rent a car, they drive by themselves. They want to come to Bonaventure Hotel to enjoy the dinner. They passed by 6th Street. They saw a bunch of homeless people sleeping on the roadside. They get so shocked. They saw, this is America. How come there's so many homeless people? I told them there's about 50,000 homeless in LA. I think homeless problem is a big problem for LA. We should ask the developer to contribute some money to helping us solve the homeless problem. They put the money aside to reduce the homeless problem.
Thank you.
Everybody agree with
Thank
me?
you.
Please say hi.
Look at this. Thank you.
Hi, I just want to give a little bit of historical perspective. In the 1950s, I grew up near Mar Vista. There was a group called the Culver City for Caucasians Committee that was making very similar arguments to the people that stood up here saying, too much not enough parking, whatever. Secondly, I resent the developers presenting themselves as a friend of affordable housing. 7 units or 9 units, whatever, out of 80, it's not going to solve the problem. Market rate units are not going to solve the problem. I just want people to be aware that there is a different perspective that is not really being spoken to in this debate versus developers versus NIMBYs. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you. Is that the final speaker?
Mr. Chair, that was the last speaker for this
Okay,
item.
we have Council District 11, Councilmember Bonin's office. If you could speak on this matter, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. Ezra Gale here on behalf of Councilman Mike Bonin. First and foremost, we want to again thank the folks from the Mar Vista community. Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you. First, we want to thank the folks from the Mar Vista Community Council, our neighborhood council in the area, and the literally hundreds of stakeholders who have tried very hard to work with the developer on this application and have brought forward reasonable suggestions about how to best integrate the project into Mar Vista. The councilman knows that all of you here with us today and the dozens who are unable to attend have put a lot of time and effort into thinking about this project, and it's your hard work and the residents of Mar Vista, like you, that continue to make it the wonderful, vibrant community that it is. In 2014, along with the mayor, Councilman Bonin announced that Venice Boulevard between Beethoven and Inglewood would receive targeted funding and resources through the Great Streets Initiative. The goal of this initiative is to foster neighborhood gathering places and generate economic activity through revitalization of this key community corridor. With a tree-lined median and community-serving commercial intermixed with housing, Venice Boulevard has the intimate feel of a small-town Main Street while serving as a major east-west artery for the entire west side. As we move forward with the Great Street Initiative and the revitalization of Venice Boulevard, the neighborhood is looking forward to enhanced pedestrian features and a strengthening of this small-town feel. Certainly, appropriate development is part of this revitalization. In fact, Councilman Bonin believes that Venice Boulevard, which is a transit corridor served by the Metro Rapid Bus, is an appropriate location for housing, specifically supports mixed-use developments along the Great Streets. However, the project before you today, as proposed by the developer, is flawed, and the councilman requests that Plum help address these flaws. The first critical issue is that the project's height and massing make it entirely incompatible with the surrounding built environment and greatly out of character with the immediate neighborhood. As the councilman has said from day one, over a year and a half ago, this project would tower over Mar Vista and is simply too tall for the Great Street. The proposal is so incredibly tall that it would be one of the tallest buildings on all of Venice Boulevard from downtown to the ocean, and again, is completely incompatible with Mar Vista. The second critical issue is the project's use of at-grade parking. Given its strategic location along the Great Street, where pedestrian activation is so vital, the use of grade-level parking is inappropriate and should be discouraged. Because of these glaring issues, Councilman Bonin opposes the proposal and stands with our Mar Vista neighbors who continue to fight for a better project. The development team will tell you that state law strictly limits how much discretionary authority the city has in evaluating projects, such as this one, that take advantage of the state density bonus law. The development team will tell you that the state gives developers the ability, under certain circumstances, to get exemptions from city rules regarding density and parking. While the state density bonus law does limit the city's authority, when considering this project, it's not the end of the story. Projects of a certain size must adhere to our site plan review ordinance, the purpose of which is to, quote, promote orderly development and promote public safety and the general welfare. Those last words are extremely important because they relate to the city's state delegated police power, under which the city has the broad authority to shape new development projects. In fact, under the site plan review ordinance and the state delegated police power, the city is required to, quote, control or mitigate the development of projects which are likely to have a significant adverse effect on surrounding properties by reason of inadequate site planning. When mitigating these effects, the city has the broad authority to condition and or modify the project. Again, these last words are important. Under the site plan review ordinance, the city can change projects so long as these changes do not inhibit the state density bonus law development rights. Therefore, with this project, so long as the unit count is not limited in any way, the city is authorized, or rather required, to ensure that the project properly fits in with the Mar Vista community. This requirement extends to managing the overall height of the building. In fact, in order to approve the project, the site plan review ordinance requires the city to find, quote, that the project's height will be compatible with the existing and future development on adjacent properties and neighboring properties. An 83-foot tall, 7-story building with grade-level parking is not compatible with this part of Mar Vista, let alone the Great Street stretch. Due to these issues, the City Council asserted jurisdiction over the City Planning Commission's approval of the proposal. This allows for the Plum Committee to review the proposal and utilize the city's police power authority under the site plan review ordinance to modify the project. Councilman Bonin proposes the following 3 recommendations that, when taken together, will lower the building height without limiting the overall unit count. First, a requirement that no floor-to-ceiling area be in excess of 8 feet except as otherwise required by the Los Angeles Building Code. Second, a requirement that removes the project's double-story area within the mezzanine level that do not provide habitable space, but rather are architectural features. And third, a requirement that all project parking be placed underground. The implementation of these modifications will allow the city to make the necessary site plan review findings, which would not otherwise be made without these changes. The conditions lower the overall building height without restricting the overall unit count or floor area to which the developer is entitled under state law and the density bonus ordinance. They deal only with the project's significant impacts on the surrounding community. In addition to these changes, we request briefly that the Department of City Planning address on the record how this project was deemed to be within a half mile of a major transit stop as defined by Assembly Bill 743 and 744. This determination allows the project to attain a significant parking reduction, and CD11 and the department have been provided with information that seems to indicate that the determination may have been made in error. Importantly, in a 2014 memo, the Southern California Association of Governments, which provides the major transit stops within the City of Los Angeles to the Department of City Planning, described how to calculate peak periods for the purpose of these two assembly bills. The memo notes that SCAG recommends using the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. and analyzing the frequency of service during the 7-hour period to determine whether the appropriate bus travel headways are met. An examination of the Big Blue Bus Route 14 maps and schedule, which are critical to determining whether the project is within a half mile of a major transit stop, shows that the bus route does not maintain the critical 15-minute headway travel between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. We asked the department to explain why the project qualifies for a parking reduction despite the necessary travel headways not conforming to SCAG's 2014 memo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you repeat the height amendment that you're requesting, please?
First, a requirement that no floor-to-ceiling area be in excess of 8 feet in height, except as otherwise required by the Los Angeles Building Code. Second, a requirement that removes the project's double-story area within the mezzanine level that do not provide habitable space. And third, a requirement that all project parking be placed underground.
If I could ask a question on your amendments, if you're requesting that the height of the ceilings be 8 feet and all parking be underground, would you still achieve your objective even if you just ask if all the parking be underground? I mean, you're getting that space, the height you want overall. So would you need both, or even if you just require the underground parking?
We have requested this of the applicant because we have been unable to work with them on a compromise. But certainly, all three of these items are independently important.
Okay. Thank you. Planning Department, anything to add on the request from Council District 11 on the
Connie Chow from Planning. We have nothing else to add for the record at this moment.
Thank you very much. So with that, any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to deny the 3 appeals and thereby sustain the CPC determination in approving the density bonus and site plan review for the project and approve the project, subject to modified conditions of approval, as amended to adopt the conditions requested by Council District 11. Any questions on that? Seeing, yeah. Oh, that's a good point. And if we could also amend it to do the technical correction to add the correct number on the project description to 79 units. Is that correct from the Planning Department?
Connie Chow again with the Planning Department. Can you repeat that question?
The applicant suggested that the description of the project states it says 70 something as opposed to 79, which is the correct number.
The project as filed and approved by the director and commission were for 77 dwelling units. The applicant was allowed a maximum of 79 dwelling units with the density bonus. However, per the project plans, it reflects 77 dwelling units.
Okay, so that, as according to the Planning Department and your submittal to the to this committee, you stand the way it's been described in the application. I'm sorry, sir. We do not have a back and forth here. Otherwise, we disrupt into a lot of back and forth. If you wish to state something to the planning department, you can come down and feel free to talk to them. But for the purposes of the question I'm asking the planning department, if you stand by the project description as stated in the documents before us. Let me ask the planning department this. Should we go hold this item until that is corrected, or should, okay. Yes?
Faisal Roble, Planning Department. They could have qualified for 79 in total, but the project was proposed at 77 units.
Okay. So who is the project from the planning department that I could ask the question whether we move forward as the project is described and you disagree with the applicant, or you think you need some time to discuss this with the applicant and we could hold this item on the table?
So with you today is what the commission already acted on and deliberated a couple of times, and those times were both for 77 units.
Okay. City Attorney? Final question. The planning department suggests that we move forward and vote on it as is, that they disagree with the applicant in the project description. Any final advice on that?
The planning department is the expert in terms of what has been analyzed and what they have taken to CBC and what is before you. I will say that this matter will be going to council, and we can revisit this and any other issue between now and then.
Okay, let's do that. So we'll move with the stated motion, and if there are any technical corrections that need to be made, I would advise the applicant to discuss that with the planning department in the interim before it gets to full council for final approval.
Planning has one additional comment for this project. So in anticipation of modified conditions of approval by the Plum committee, the Director of Planning has initiated an additional environmental analysis for 2 levels of subterranean parking instead of just the one that was approved by commission. So those, the geotechnical study and the errata, as well as the department cover letter, were submitted as part of the council file last week. And so I believe that would be a part of the approval for this project.
Okay, we'll incorporate that in our motion. Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you very much. Next item, Mr. Mejia.
Item 3, Councilman, this is a Planning Commission proposed ordinance to amend the municipal code to clarify existing regulations as it relates to affordable housing requirements across various zoning entitlements.
Great, thank you very much. And this item here, value capture, is an important part of solving our homeless and housing crisis. The city is the most unaffordable housing market in the country, as we all know, and it is estimated there are nearly 28,000 homeless people in the city, bringing to 47,000 homeless individuals countywide. We have heard this item in committee over the past 2 years, and recently planning has drafted an ordinance that aligns affordability requirements across the range of zoning entitlements for increased density, or FAR, beyond what it is allowed to ensure affordable housing. This ordinance applies affordability requirements to projects that increase density via CUP, public benefits, and elder care facilities. We know that value capture is incentive-based. We see so many applications for general plan amendments and zone changes because the city has not been able to update our community plans to keep pace with our growth. 29 out of the 35 community plans are more than 15 years old. To address this, my colleagues and I on this committee and others on the council, like Councilmember Farrell, have worked out an aggressive strategy to update our community plans within 6 years. We've also authorized 30 positions in the department to work on our community plans, and the hiring process is currently underway. However, we cannot afford to wait 6 years to update our community plans to meet the demands for jobs and housing, which is why we need a strategy in place now that encourages affordable housing. And this is one of many strategies, and we have one more to hear after this item. Folks, with the value capture, the city will continue to miss out on the opportunity to create more affordable housing if we do not finalize some of these items before us today. So with that, if we could hear from the planning department.
Thank you.
The housing department, planning department.
Yes.
Either way.
Thank you very much. Matt Glesney with the Department of City Planning. That was an excellent summary, Chair Huizar. I'll keep it very brief. This is an item we're calling the Value Capture Ordinance. It essentially tries to make sure we have clear and consistent affordable housing requirements across the board. When developers come and seek extra density, additional housing units, additional floor area, we want to make sure we have clear and consistent rules from our density bonus program to our zone change projects under JJJ. And what this ordinance does is look at 4 additional ways that projects can request density increases of more than 35%, doubling of floor area ratios. And in many of those cases, we already have affordable housing requirements on those projects. But in some cases, it's less than clear what exactly, how the formulas would work. So in large part, this is a clarification ordinance, and it's also a consistency ordinance to make sure they're consistent across the board, and that no matter what door someone comes in to the department and says, I would like to make a project bigger than the zoning allows, that we say, okay, if you want it to be 50% bigger or 75% more units, that there's a clear and consistent formula to determine how much affordable housing that is, and that's based on the density bonus formula, which again would be a proportional, as density requests increase, the affordable housing would increase in proportion to that, and that's a formula that we feel has worked well over time. It's proven economically feasible, and this would, again, put that requirement, put also a 55-year affordability requirement across the board. In some of these ordinances, they say 30 years, which is sort of the old standard. State law is now at 55 years. And thirdly, we would ensure that all of these entitlements would not result in a net loss of affordable housing when you're demolishing a project, when you're demolishing an apartment building to build a bigger building. We would ensure that we have the no net loss, the housing replacement requirements, which we do have under density bonus, we have under JJJ. This would also spread that to these 4 additional entitlement requests. So as you said, this is an incentive-based program. This is an option for developers to request additional density, and these would be clear and consistent rules across the board. And we're happy to answer any questions on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And so this incentive-based program, when they seek additional entitlements, it's now going to be very clear what the formula is, where as we do them now, it's a negotiation process, right? In one place, you may work out a certain number of affordable units, another place a different one, but now we're going to be consistent and everyone will know what to expect, correct?
That's correct, sir. The requirements are a bit different in each of these 4. Some are a little more clear than others. Some it's more negotiation. Some it's just not as clear as we'd like it to be. But yes, this would have clear and consistency across the board.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well, let's go to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah. So you may have covered this already, but why are there no options for an in lieu fee, or off-site affordability unit creation?
Sorry, the question is why these are all on-site requirements, why we didn't consider an off-site options?
Or, or an in lieu or something to that effect.
Right. It's a fair question. What we're trying to do here is really mirror the density bonus program, which does require them to be on-site. There's a lot of complications, frankly, with having off-site. How do you determine that formula? How far is it? I think we're trying to keep this relatively simple, in line with current process and procedures, and essentially there's value, I think, also in having units spread across in buildings across the city, rather than if you allow an off-site option, sometimes they do get concentrated in certain neighborhoods. So this is an effort to have, I think, true mixed income buildings as well.
I guess you have to talk about, I could see pros and cons too, where you're spending a lot of money on site when you could build some, 5 times as many next door or something to that effect, if it's compliant with JJJ and all
Ken
the rest.
Bernstein, Department of City Planning. I would just add to that, it's important to remember that these are all projects that are requesting additional entitlements, additional density and size from the city. So the philosophy is that a portion of those additional units can go for affordable housing. In lieu fees have typically been used in the past, before we had legal obstacles to having actual inclusionary housing programs where there was a mandate that you provide a certain number of units without getting additional entitlements. Often in lieu fees were provided as an alternative to that mandate, but here these are applicants who are getting additional density, and it is therefore appropriate to set aside a portion of those, as we do with the density bonus program. And this is meant to mirror the existing provisions that and kind of create parity among our different sections of the code.
Okay, I guess I'm a little
Thank you.
late to one other question. Why are the moderate income units only allowed if they're for sale typology? You know, why can't we allow rental of moderate income units?
Again, we are mirroring the state density bonus law. The state density bonus law reserves moderate income only for sale projects. So I think that's a simple answer. We're just trying to keep this simple, trying to mirror existing policy and not create different kinds of things in different areas. But I suppose it could be. It's a policy option to expand that. There's often practical difficulties in implementing a for sale, affordable requirement at the lower income levels and things as well. So I think limiting it to moderate income. I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood your point there at the end.
No, it's why we can't allow rental of moderate income units.
Yeah, I think the simple answer is we could, but we were trying to keep it simple in the density bonus law.
Okay. Don't love that, but okay.
So can I follow up on that? So is it a requirement from the density bonus law that we cannot, does it prohibit us, or we're trying to be consistent with it? I get that, but can we do anything outside of what the law is at the state level?
Yeah, I believe when we did our density bonus ordinance in 2008, we tried to expand and do exactly what you suggested and move moderate over to the rental, and we actually lost a court case on that, partially on CEQA grounds. I think it's unclear if you maybe did the right CEQA. Maybe there is a way. I'd maybe defer to the lawyers what the state law requires. The state law only says moderate for sale, so when you start to deviate from that, you're not sort of under their umbrella and you're doing something beyond state law. We ran into court troubles when we tried to do that. But whether that would hold up in a different scenario under CEQA, I'll defer to the lawyers.
I don't want to hold this up. Maybe we get a report back on ways that we could move in that direction.
Okay, we could do that. We'll include that in the motion should we move forward with this. Anything else? We'll go to public comment now. Before we go to that one person, Council District 13, are you here? Oh, Farrell, okay. Do you wish to speak before or after the? Okay, we'll go first to our first speaker there. Go ahead.
So you see the twists and the turns of this Plum. Mismanagement, poor excuses to allow the so-called amenities and requirements by state and federal law to expand the housing. Get your shit together, gentlemen. This is not a guessing game. The people here want housing. People here want to work. People can't build if there's no work. So if they're able to work, then they can afford any type of housing other than the requested stigma of affordable housing, because like stagnant water, it goes nowhere. So as long as you have a file as big as your brain, which is very open and has no conclusion, we still have the problems of affordable housing. So if I'm gonna work 2 fucking jobs, I'll never own a house, and I never wanna work 2 fucking jobs, and I'm still gonna be under HHH, bitch.
Thank you. Council District 13, Mr. O'Farrell's office. Oh, there's one more speaker. Okay. Go right ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Williams, and I am an advocate for creating wealth through home ownership. I'm chair of the Los Angeles 200. We're a statewide organization that advocates home ownership. And again, we'd like to first state that we appreciate the proactiveness of the Planning Commission, considering that you stated that you're not going to have a revision of plans for the next 6 years, that you're actually trying to do something that could advocate actually more affordable for sale homeownership. So in consideration of that, in considering of our housing crisis, I would advocate that creating a program like this that mirrors state law, that creates opportunity for homeowners to purchase their property and be a part of the community, I think it would be advantageous for the city to go on with this as opposed to adding other tendencies that might want to prolong this. The other advocate is that there's many people that are qualified for home loans that don't have the inventory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Council District 13, Mr. Farrell's office, who prodded and moved this item forward. Thank you for being here. And
thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Chris Robertson, Planning Director for Councilmember Mitch Farrell of the 13th District. We are very excited to be here today in strong support of the ordinance. As you know, the councilman introduced this motion nearly 3 years ago. We'd like to thank Councilmember Weezer for your strong partnership in moving this initiative forward, as well as the committee members for repeatedly supporting this initiative. Although the regulatory setting has shifted somewhat, the councilman has always been a strong proponent of an incentive-based approach that would increase affordable housing citywide while creating certainty for the development community. This ordinance does exactly that. We're thrilled to see this make the final steps towards adoption, and we thank you very much for your support.
thank you very much. Thank you for that, and thanks to Mr. O'Farrell for your leadership on this. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So we'll move to approve the Planning Department ordinance and refer to the city attorney to prepare and present the final ordinance. We are also asking the Planning Department, in conjunction with the city attorney, to report back to this committee on the item brought up
moderate for sale units.
by Mr. Blumenfield, the moderate for sale units. Is there anything in the state density law that prohibits us from doing that? And any policy recommendations on that as well, whether we should amend our own density bonus laws to move, to allow that should the planning department recommend that? Okay, with that, any objections on this item? Seeing none, so ordered. Okay, and before we go to item number 4, which is, I think, the primary reason why most people are here, it's our final item on the agenda. We do need to reconsider item number 2 for some technical correction. 5, right? It's 5. Item number 5 for some technical corrections. So any objection to reconsider? Seeing none. We need to read some findings into the record, correct? Since there were some amendments made? Okay. Are we ready to do that? Okay, can we read those findings into the record, please? We could do them.
This is Debbie Lawrence, Department of City Planning. So we had some draft findings for the site plan review. The change would be, I'm not going to read through the entire ones, but I'll just mention the changes. So it would say the restriction of floor-to-ceiling heights for habitable residential floor area to not exceed 8 feet in height will have a net effect of lowering the overall building height by 17 feet total, approximately 17 feet. The overall building height to a maximum of 66 feet. So that was the change under the height condition for the findings. Under the bulk and massing, it would say, in addition, condition number 12 will step the mezzanine areas back from the building facade so that they are no longer visible from the public right-of-way or neighboring properties, thereby reducing the bulk and massing of the overall building. And that was under the bulk and massing finding. Then under parking, it would say, as proposed by the applicant, parking is primarily subterranean with a partial at-grade level that is wrapped with retail along Venice Boulevard and screened from view along Wasatch Avenue. that in accordance with the citywide design guidelines, parking is proposed to be screened from Wasatch Avenue through a combination of landscape, trellis walls, and public art. Then also added to that finding would be condition number 13 is opposed to restrict all project parking to be located underground so that no parking spaces shall be located at or above grade level. Then lastly, the finding under lighting states, as proposed by the applicant, the project will reduce the amount of lighting that currently exists on site by screening all parking from public view. Then it states, and this is modified also, however, condition number 13 is imposed to remove all parking spaces from at or above grade, thereby reducing any spillover lighting from the parking onto neighboring properties.
Council members, can I also suggest that planning just briefly summarize what they expressed in the errata regarding the change and its relationship to the MND?
Okay. Go right ahead.
This is Debbie Lawrence again from planning. The errata was prepared to look at doing an additional level of subterranean parking. So a geotechnical report was prepared by a consultant, and that's under review by Building and Safety now. But that was to look simply at doing an additional level of parking with the 6 stories of residential.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, we will move this item as previously moved. We reconsidered this item to read certain findings into the record. Any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Okay. Thank you. So now we could move to item number 4, Mr. Mejia. Call that to order.
Item 4, Councilman, this is a draft, proposed ordinance rather, by the City Planning Department relative to an affordable housing linkage fee.
Thank you. And colleagues, hold on. What are you waving at me for?
Mr. Chair, may I make an announcement?
Yes, go right
regarding
ahead.
Public comment.
Okay.
In preparation for public comment for this item, we must clear the aisles in this room. Please return to your seats and not crowd the aisles before public comment is called. We will have city staff at each row to call you when it's time to come up to the microphone. Please remain seated until your row is selected. Thank you.
Fire hazard.
All right. So with that, let me call this item to order. And have you read into the record, Mr. Mejia?
I have, Councilman.
Okay. And colleagues, we know that the importance of this item. It's one of the most important tools we have to address the issue of affordable housing in the city. And it's no secret that our city continues to become unaffordable for many of our residents. And with a wide range of stakeholders in this room today, I'm sure many of us feel the same and/or want to see something done about it. And we adopted, for the first time ever, a comprehensive homeless strategy this past year or earlier this year for the city. It's something that the ad hoc committee and then the permanent committee on homelessness undertook. And as part of that strategy, it included a recommendation to explore the linkage fee funding framework as one of a broad set of necessary tools. And we did that with the aim of preventing homelessness on the front end, to prevent affordable housing covenants to expire, as well as to build many new affordable homes for everyone so that people do not become homeless, or those who are working hard and can afford a place to live and provide for their families. We all know the reality that we have very little funding in our housing trust fund. We know that the federal government has disinvested from providing local governments with affordable housing funds to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, and the same has happened at the state. So this is not new. This is something that the mayor has proposed and is working with the council to fulfill our commitments we made when we adopted our homelessness strategy and also in our opportunity to provide more affordable housing. So we have before us a very serious matter, and I'd like to thank everyone for their attentiveness to this, particularly our housing and our planning department and all the other departments who have worked diligently to get us to this point. When we last heard this item in committee, we asked a lot of questions, and we probably had more public comment speakers than I've ever seen as a member of this committee in 10 years. And we wanted to know how the fee revenues and market impacts might play out across the city. We asked how the potential fees would be spent, knowing it would be critical to get the most value for these funds. And we also proposed a number of report backs so that we could make the best and informed decision. So here we are today to continue that discussion. My hope is that we move this item today, that we move it on to the Housing Committee for them to make a decision. We also want to move it in such a way that this committee has its imprint on what we believe is the best way to move forward. So with that, let me turn it over to the Planning and Housing staff to present this item. My question is this. I know we have a presentation on the board. Are you recommending that the people sitting on this table move over to see it, or Harris Dawson is faster than us? He's already doing that.
We have a copy of it.
We have a copy? Okay.
We have
Good.
handouts for you, and we're having some AV difficulties that the booth is trying to fix. So maybe stay there for now.
All righty, thank you. So go right ahead then. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Weezer, members of the committee. As you mentioned, and it was a very good summary, on June 6th, this committee heard this item and continued it to, we're hearing it again today. As you know, this has been a long process. We've had a very comprehensive public outreach process as part of it. And on June 6th, as you mentioned, the committee asked a series of questions, and we provided a written report that addresses those questions. What we'd like to do today is really focus on two primary policy decisions that are outlined in the report and that's before this committee. The first, which Kevin Keller and Ken Bernstein of my staff will walk you through, is a proposal to revise the ordinance to create a fee structure that responds to the diverse market conditions across the city and creates geographic tiers for both the proposed residential and the commercial linkage fees. And then secondly, Rushmore Cervantes, who's the general manager of the Housing and Community Investment Department, will walk through with the committee some recommended options and strategies as to how the linkage fee revenue can be used and what type of impact it will have on our affordable housing shortage. Our team will be available to answer any questions the committee may have afterwards as you give direction to the departments and the city attorneys for the next steps. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Bernstein of the Department of City Planning.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ken Bernstein, Principal City Planner with Department of City Planning, and we're very pleased to be back before you today to present the Affordable Housing Linkage Fee. As was mentioned, this was given initial consideration by the committee in June following City Planning Commission approval in February. And as has also been indicated, this has been a close partnership between our department and the Housing and Community Investment Department, which will offer some additional comments following my introduction. Since our AV seems to not be working, I'll talk you through the PowerPoint presentations and make reference to the title slide so you can follow along. We're going to the first, the slide says proposed AHLF recap, just a quick recap on how we got here. And first of all, as the chair indicated, we have obviously an urgent affordable housing crisis in the city. Los Angeles continues to suffer from the greatest mismatch of incomes and housing costs of any city in the nation, any major city. And our regional housing needs assessment has determined that we need to be producing at least 4,000 affordable housing units each year to begin to overcome this challenge. And we are still the only major city with a housing crisis that does not have a dedicated source of local funding or for housing or an inclusionary housing program. And you've made reference already to the cutbacks in federal funding as well as state funding and the loss of local redevelopment funds. So having a local funding source is increasingly critical. So the department worked very closely, and again in partnership with HCID, to begin to study the possibility of an affordable housing linkage fee and establish first the legal basis for such a fee through what is called a Nexus Study. The Nexus Study established the relationship between new development and the demand for affordable housing. That study was prepared by Bay Area Economics in 2016, and that study not only That's no.
Test. None of the microphones work. Hello. I know. Test. Who's our technician here?
Our technician's in the back. You can't hear us.
1 second.
Somebody kick the plug out?
I know. Test.
IT Council Audio working on it right now, so he's up at the booth.
Okay. Thank you. So ITA, oh, there you go.
Oh.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, we're back.
Thank you.
All right, so the Nexus Study was prepared by Bay Area Economics, which not only established the legal nexus, the legal basis for such a fee, but also included an independent economic study that determined specific amounts that developers could reasonably pay in real estate markets across the city. So moving on to the next slide, just a quick reminder of the June 6th Plum report back requests. As the chair indicated, we had 11 separate requests for reports back on a wide variety of items following both public testimony and the committee's discussion. These questions included a request to look more deeply at how our proposed fees compare to other cities, the impacts of the proposed federal cutbacks to our housing resources, strategies to address expiring covenants and the preservation of existing affordable units, as well as the possible impact of the fee on housing production and housing prices. As our director indicated, for our summary today, we won't be addressing each of these 11 comprehensively. We have done so very voluminously in our 34-page report that is before the committee, summarizing each of these the answers to each of these questions. We'll be focusing instead on one of the policy questions, the request from the committee to develop a range of policy options that better reflect stronger and weaker real estate submarkets across the city by introducing geographic variability to the linkage fee. Moving on to the next slide, which is headed Option A, the CPC recommended option. This is a reminder of what was before the committee when we presented this item in June. The Nexus Study had initially analyzed the fee's feasibility based on what it called low, medium, and high market areas. The initial recommendation from our department, which was also recommended by the City Planning Commission, was to nevertheless set a single flat fee for both residential and commercial development across the city, a $12 per square foot fee for residential and a $5 per square foot fee for commercial development. There is a reduced fee, a $1 fee for multifamily units, multifamily buildings of 5 units or less. The single flat fee proposal, what we're calling Option A here, was based on early feedback from the development community, as well as affordable housing developers, that we should strive to keep the fee moderate and broad-based, simple and predictable. So that was the approach taken initially. The ordinance had also built in a number of exemptions from the fee in this option to avoid unintended consequences and conflicts with other policy goals. That included exempting new construction or additions to single-family development of less than 1,500 square feet, exempting small non-residential developments with less than 15,000 square feet, and exempting those projects that are already providing a threshold level of affordable housing as a result of Measure JJJ. So that was Option A. Moving on to the next slide, what is headed Option B. Option B was our first look at trying to introduce geographic variability as requested by the committee. And we began with the BAE market study. The BAE analysis looked at 114 neighborhoods across the city, the boundaries established by the Los Angeles Times mapping project. And these are somewhat fine-grained neighborhoods. And we looked at the three thresholds that were created in the market study, low, medium, and high areas, and began to propose geographic variation of the fee based on that variation. It's important to point out that our team, in putting forward this proposal as an option, considered but did not pursue pursuing variation as a result of income levels in each of the communities, because many of our communities in the city that have low average incomes include some of our strongest real estate markets, such as downtown and Hollywood. And it's a more important measure to look at the health of the real estate activity, the health of the real estate market in each of these areas. So as you look at what is considered a low market or high market area, it's important to point out that that does not necessarily mean low income or high income. So areas of South Los Angeles are low market areas, but also many areas in the North San Fernando Valley. And this is measured as measured by prices per square foot for both rentals and sales, both residential and commercial, and looking at that economic test. And so the option B looks at reducing the residential fee to $8 per square foot, in low market areas, in medium market areas to $10 a square foot, and leaving the high market areas at the originally proposed $12 per square foot. The geographic variation for commercial is to reduce the low market areas to $3 a square foot, $4 for medium, and leaving the high market areas as $5 per square foot. As compared to option A, this reduction of the low and medium market areas results in a revenue loss of a range of about $11 to $13 million per year, to a total revenue estimate of about $84 million to $103 million, as compared to about $95 to $116 million in option A. Moving on to the next slide, going from option B to option C. Our department had some concerns about the approach taken in option B. The city does not recognize the Los Angeles Times community mapping boundaries, the 114 boundaries. We do use a different set of boundaries, typically our community plan areas, which are 35 community plan area boundaries. And the 114 boundaries often introduce great disparities, sometimes directly across a street, between fee levels, thereby undermining one of our goals to ensure that the fee is as simple and understandable as possible. So, utilizing the BAE data as a starting point, we started with that map in option B of the 114 areas and averaged or aggregated the results into our 35 community plan area boundaries and recomparing the community plan areas against one another. And as you can see by the side-by-side map on the slide going from option B to option C, this has the effect of smoothing out some of those immediate disparities and leaving broad geographies of the city generally with the same fee levels. And we also, in that respect, took the opportunity to introduce a fourth residential fee category, recognizing that our very strongest markets in the city, mostly on the west side, have average rental and sales prices that are higher than even the medium strong markets in the central city area. So that moves us to option C, the next slide, which summarizes the results for both commercial and residential. The residential fee now in option C is proposing 4 fee levels. Again, $8, $10, and $12 for low, medium, low, medium, and medium high respectively, but introduces a new high level residential fee of $15 per square foot, which again applies essentially to most of the west side communities. We left the commercial fee at 3 tiers, $3, $4, and $5, in part because the Nexus analysis by BAE had indicated that at least in some categories, in some development categories, $5 was the maximum economically feasible amount, so we decided not to go above that amount even and introduce a different tier in that respect. So we do believe that option C provides a more simple and predictable approach to geographic variation. And just to summarize on the final page of our portion of the presentation, the summary that says fee structure options and revenue estimates. Option C also has the impact of recouping much of the revenue loss from the approach in Option B by increasing that residential fee at the high end to $15 per square foot. It makes up all but about $1 million, $1 million to $1.5 million of the revenue as originally proposed in Option A. We're happy to go into more detail on this in the question and answer. Before I turn it over to Mr. Cervantes, I just want to take a moment and thank our staff team in Department of City Planning, led by Claire Bowen, head of our citywide section, Matt Glesney, city planner overseeing housing policy, and Callie Hardy, who has crunched and recrunched all of these numbers based on the original council request and a number of policy ideas that have been floated, and we're prepared to address the economic impact and the financial impact of a number of additional options that might be suggested as a result of that analysis. And with that, I'll turn it over to HSID.
Before we move on, any questions from committee members on the what was just proposed by the presentation by Ken Bernstein?
Yeah, just a very quick question, Ms. Bernstein. First of all, you mentioned that the city needs 4,000 housing units each year. That was your opening statement.
That was in the regional housing needs assessment, essentially the allocation to the city for the it would take 4,000 production of 4,000 new housing units, or 30, I believe it's 32,000 housing units over the 8 years of our current housing element in order to meet our need. That does not begin to meet, of course, the long-standing deficit in providing affordable housing units, just to keep up.
Okay, and over the last, say, 3 years, how many per year have come online?
We produce on an annual basis, we finance between 800 to sometimes up to 1,200 units per year, depending on the source of funds. And now it's come down, obviously, as a result of the diminishing home entitlements as well as the elimination of the redevelopment agency. But with HHH now coming online, we should see those numbers come back up. And obviously, that's primarily for supportive housing. A linkage fee provides greater flexibility in those numbers.
Yeah, no, we'll get into all that, but just then real quick, I just wanted to get the numbers down.
Yep.
So we were producing 800 to 1,200 a year, but you said it's come down. So year to date or last year, what are those numbers?
We financed just under 900 last fiscal year.
And I should say, and Mr. Bernstein, if you want to add in addition to financing units through our development process and through things such as density bonus, we actually bring online additional units that are deed restricted through the private sector.
And then with that, I know we didn't hear from the planning department on that, but, or we did, but if you could weigh in then, how many units last fiscal year in totality citywide were brought online?
Well, I'd say last year between, not excluding Section 8 vouchers.
Everything, all in.
It's about, last fiscal year was about almost 2,500 units. That includes preservation, that's preserving those that are expiring.
I'm talking about all new development as well.
Density bonus,
everything.
as well as new construction, all of that.
Everything all in, new construction, we're at about 2,500 last year? Okay, and this year, we're on target to hit based on the current projections?
I'd say it's approximately the same.
Thank you.
That's just the numbers that we're part of, not the overall amount that's been produced in the city.
That is just this financed through the city. Financed
No,
or
I'm talking about not
derived
financed,
from
all
density.
in, all new housing units, because the 4,000 you're talking about are just financed, not our need.
So our numbers are 15,000
Yeah, just looking for clarity on this.
The 4,000 is the number that is cited in our housing element as the need for the production of low-income housing in the city. We have an allocation for an 8-year period. This was 2013 to 2021, and that was the figure that was cited, I believe, 32,000 over 8 years.
Okay, I'll visit this later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Great.
Proceed.
Well, thank you, Rushmore Cervantes with HSID, and I too want to thank our staff, Claudia Monterosa and Marisol Romero, hardworking staff.
Mr. Rushmore, I have a question before you proceed.
Yes.
And my question is with regard to these different areas and the way you mapped out the sliding scale, and we talked about weak real estate markets, which, in South LA, we're about $2.8 million an acre. So it's hard to characterize that as weak. It's just not nearly as strong as the overheated markets in other parts of the city. When you contemplated the sliding scale, did you take into account the difference in the cost of land? Because one might argue that the way the cost is offset in weak markets is that the market demands less for the land. And that makes it cheaper to develop, so yes, that's it.
Yes. Yes, so this was taking into account sales prices of land as well as and rental prices per square foot. So, and again, I think looking at weak, low, high, and low, medium, and high real estate markets, it is all relative. We're looking at relative to other areas of the city of Los Angeles, of course, relative to other communities and other states. We are all consistently a high market.
Thank you. Bob, Mr. Blumenfield?
So how did, the live-work units, how did you look at those?
Live-work?
Live-work units.
I don't know that live-work units were specifically called out in the study. There was not a specific prototype for live-work units. Right.
Considered residential.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And ground floor retail, was that exempt?
Ground floor retail up to 15,000 square feet. The first 15,000 is exempt, which allows for a significant amount. If you're looking at a mixed-use project, that would be plenty to exempt all of the ground floor retail, or a very small standalone commercial project.
Okay. And then there was 5 units or less were exempt, right?
Correct.
And I didn't understand that, why they were and where projects of that size proliferate. I've heard that oftentimes they're in the high market areas.
So the original proposal was to exempt projects 5 units or less. The Planning Commission tweaked that slightly to charge a lower $1 fee. I think that the Commission felt that they should make some contribution. The idea, I think, was in part a recognition that the highest concentration of those small multifamily projects was in the low market area. So as we proposed to, initially a flat fee, it was a recognition that a significant percentage of the development that was taking place in our low market areas of the city, including South Los Angeles, was multifamily projects that were quite small. Often these are projects that are on a thinner margin, kind of mom and pop developers, as opposed to more speculative types of development that takes place, and we felt it was appropriate to not charge those the fee. And again, now it is a $1 fee rather than a zero fee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Bernstein, you just referenced margins, and I'm wondering, in all the contemplation that you all did analyzing the real estate market, did you look at the issue of margins?
We did. We looked at rates of return. There's some great detail on that in the Nexus study, and we tried to make conservative assumptions across the board in analyzing feasibility and what would be considered a feasible rate of return. So that was looked at in the BAE study.
And when you overlay that information with what you described as areas that have lower activity, did you look at the margin of return in those activities versus the margin of return in other areas? Or did you just measure it by the amount of activity?
Are you asking in terms of determining what is a low, medium, or high market area? Is that
right? So, and I guess what I'm trying to get you to speak to, a lot of people in our community believe that the reason deals don't get done has nothing to do with how much money you make or not. So the question is, one way of knowing that, an empirical approach to that question is to look at how much, in fact, are people making on deals, even if there are only a few.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to say?
Thanks, Councilmember. Kevin Keller, City Planning. I think that's a fair point. The linkage fee is not going to answer that particular question, but I think in terms of market activity,
it looked at a dedicated rate of return and then compared rents in that area and land costs in that area as a model. So it is a model. I think in general, as our map showing more sub-areas, there are many neighborhoods in South LA that actually are in the medium tier, and actually some points, maybe around the USD area, that are even in the high tier. So it's certainly a policy call as to what tier South LA could be placed in. Looking at the community plan as a whole, staff felt that erring on the side of, I think we've done throughout this exercise, erring on the side of the lower fee is where we'd like to start, but that's certainly up to the committee to set.
Thank you.
One more question.
Mr. Bloomfield?
And I'm sorry, I know I wasn't here for the first discussion, and so I'm trying to limit on this one, but I want to get clarity on an issue a lot of developers have raised with me, the issue regarding the type of projects that are used in the Nexus Study. An argument's made that the absorption of the fee is only viable for projects on empty or raw land and not infill, which is the predominant type in the city. And I just wanted to get you to respond to that, since that question gets asked of me all the time.
Yes, I think we've seen some comments in that regard. That is not an accurate characterization of the Nexus Study. The Nexus Study did look at a range of projects, not only on raw land, but also infill, and looked at a geographic spread of those projects. So I'm not sure where the misunderstanding arose, but that is not an accurate characterization of the range of projects that were included in the study.
Thank you. And before we go on, after the presentation from our departments, we will do public comment. But we wanted to get a sense of how we're going to handle this. So, Mr. Englander, did you
have
a comment on that?
I had a question. First of all, I want to look at the participation here. This is great. I want to thank you all for being here, and I'm sure we all want to hear from everybody. I just did a back of the napkin quick analysis that if everybody here wanted to speak, and we certainly want to hear everybody, the auditorium is not absolutely completely full, but it's close to it. So if we average that out, it's about 15 people per row, since we have about 17 chairs per row. So it's about 15 people per row, and it's about 30 rows. So if it were 1 minute each, 15 times 30 would be 450, divided by 60 is 7.5 hours. I'm just giving you a sense. So, Mr. Chair. It's only 7.5, everybody's like, oh, well, we didn't realize that, okay. So however the chair would like to handle it, it's his prerogative. I would suggest in complicated matters like this and the such, we have had a limited time frame where we would open it up for either an hour or two for general public comment. That's what or for public comment on the matter. That's what we've done in the past. It's certainly up to the chair. But just making an observation, if I could, maybe there's a show of hands of who absolutely is going to speak, and it gives the chair a better sense. Okay, so certainly not everybody in the room. That's probably very helpful. So I would think an hour would be more than sufficient, and you can play it by there to see what happens after that, and certainly add more time if need be. But that would be my suggestion.
Great, thank you. I think the last time we heard this item, we gave 2 or 4 hours. It was 2 hours, I think, right? Yeah, and we had, that was the initial. At this meeting, since we've had a lot of the information presented to us, we'll do an hour of public comment and see how that goes. Okay. Thank you.
See how it goes.
Yeah, see how it goes.
Can always extend it.
So we'll continue with our presentation.
Great. All right. Good afternoon, council members. Again, Rushmore Cervantes with HCID, and as the department head for the department that's responsible for preserving and creating affordable housing, I'm thrilled for this meeting this afternoon and the opportunity to move forward with this very important city policy. I also want to thank the planning department staff for their collaboration. This has been a heavy lift on all our parts, and they've done a really good job collectively together working on key matters. So we've come a long ways in the last few years working with this department. So it's a testimony to the importance of what we're dealing with here today. What happened at the last Plum meeting was there was obviously a variety of discussion points, questions. One question came up: well, how are we going to spend this money? As the plan was originally proposed, it was going to require a 180-day report back for HCID to come back with an expenditure plan. But rather than waiting for 180 days to come back with an expenditure plan, I thought it would be helpful to present to you some options as to what the council can do with these resources on a go-forward basis. But prior to that, I wanted to give you a little sampling of what we're dealing with at the moment so you understand what the flow of the money is, what sources we have available right now and how we can allocate these monies in the future. So if you look at your first slide, it says who is housed by city's existing resources. It just shows what we have available right now. You have home funds, roughly $20 million, and that's obviously been diminishing over the last few years. And that serves people with area median income, or AMI, 60% and below. The city also has, at least right now, 43 parcels of land that's looking to develop. All of those are under HCID, and we're looking to develop those. All of those will be 60% AMI and below. We also have the previously approved HHH bond program designed for permanent sort of housing, and that'll serve basically 80% and below and 50% below, broken up 80% and 20% respectively. And then lastly, we have the land use variances density bonus, which serves 120% AMI and below. Next slide, please. It's very important to note for the council members that we rely on these sources, $20 million of home funds, to leverage other sources of money. We don't go into a project by itself. We have to leverage other sources of money. So when we look at external resources required to match, we have the state's cap and trade dollars, which is going to have $150 million available this year, as well as the veteran housing and homeless prevention, which is approximately $65 million that is available, as well as the state's No Place Like Home funds. There's $2 billion going to be made available towards the latter part of 2018. Approximately $685 million of that will be available in the county of Los Angeles, so the city will have to leverage resources to get those dollars into the city of LA. Plus, we have the competitive and capped 9% low-income housing tax credits, the 4% tax credits, as well as we work with the county for some of their resources. And then, of course, eventually we'd like to see a linkage fee to be able to leverage those dollars. I have before you a case study, but I'm just going to pass on that one only because it's just basically the number of speakers we're going to have, but just it demonstrates just the number of sources of monies we have to tap into and why it's important to have a dedicated source of monies. Most importantly, I want to point out to you is an expenditure plan. This is a sample draft conceptual policy for the council members, so they're aware of what you could potentially invest in. There's traditional new construction that we finance, a forthcoming naturally occurring affordable housing program, which will target non-covenanted 20 to 30 unit buildings where they are subject to gentrification. Thereby we can acquire them, put a nonprofit mission-driven organization as an owner, and be able to put covenants on them. And all of you share the affliction of expiring units. We've got approximately 11,000 at-risk units throughout the city of Los Angeles. These funds from a linkage fee would be able to preserve units, as well as we could be able to create a moderate income housing program, which we don't have the ability to do now based on the source of monies we have. Of course, we have our traditional HHH now that we've already got 615 units been financed, and that's going to be increasing up to 1,000 units per year, as well as home ownership, low income, as well as moderate income home ownership, and then lastly, the land use. So I thought it was important to note, if you look in the green section, council members, if you applied $100 million, which is what's proposed for you right now, if you just took the allocation of that and divvied it up amongst several of those programs that I just mentioned, we would be able to produce almost 1,700 units. That's produce or preserve 1,700 units. At the same time, the same fiscal year, we've been able to create or preserve almost 2,500 units. So collectively, between what we already do now, as well as with the linkage fee, we would be north of 4,000 units that we'd be preserving or creating. So I bring this to your attention because there's many different options by which the council can allocate these resources. It's going to be a policy decision that the council members can engage in and dictate to the department which direction you'd like the department to go in. But the important thing to note is that we have the systems in place already to be able to allocate these dollars and leverage the precious resources we would bring to bear in order to be able to create the maximum number of units or preserve the maximum number of units. So with that, that concludes my presentation on at least an example of how we could spend the resources, and both the planning department and myself and HCID staff are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude the presentation? Thank you for the presentation. And now we'd like to go to public comment. Oh, Mr. Blumenfield, any more questions?
Well, just as, I have a number of amendments, and I'm not sure if, under the Brown Act, I need to state those before public comment, or can I do that afterwards?
Yes.
Was usually thought I had to do it before.
Yeah, let's state our public, anybody who has some amendments, we might want to do them now, so that as the public comment comes up, they could see where the thinking is of this committee. And, you know, I was hoping to move to adopt option C, the four-tier approach. And that will allow us, I believe, based on the data before us, it reflects the diversity of the market conditions citywide and responds to the concerns we have heard about relief to communities that needs jobs and development. So that would, I was going to move that a little further, and an option C, that's at least if we could state our proposed amendments right now, so that as public comment comes up, if they wish to comment on generally or comment on any particular amendments that the committee is making. First, let me go to Councilmember Price, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really, first of all, want to thank you for your leadership on this, and the mayor as well as the Planning Department and Housing Department. I really appreciate the collaborative approach and the way the whole city family has leaned into this. And I also want to thank the advocates on both sides of the issue, whom we're going to be hearing from shortly. As we consider the affordable housing linkage ordinance, it's important to avoid causing unintended consequences or creating hardships in areas that desperately need significant economic development. The draft ordinance includes an exemption for grocery stores citywide, for example. However, commercial development has lagged behind significantly in South LA, as shown in the feasibility study. Last year, the federal government announced that the South LA Promise Zone would be a 10-year designation for the Slate Z Promise Zone area. It's predominantly in CD 8 and CD 9. The Promise Zone initiative provides technical assistance and priority access to certain federal funding opportunities, which will bring greater resources to serve local residents. The Slate Z Promise Zone is a crucial component in the revitalization of South LA by addressing goals as creating jobs, increasing economic activity, and enhancing the community infrastructure. At least 46% of residents in Slate Z live below the poverty line. There's also an 11% unemployment rate in this area, which is quite alarming. In closing, it's worth noting that the Slate Z Promise Zone area was key in helping to lure and secure the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art project, which is a major win not only for South LA, but for the city as a whole. With that, Mr. Chair, I have a friendly amendment to your motion, certainly in full support of your recommendation for option C, and I'm requesting a 3-year fee exemption for low commercial market areas in the Slate Z Promise Zone. Slate Z Promise Zone map is referenced on the handout dated June 2016. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So let me restate that, then I will move option C. And Mr. Price has just made a
I'll
motion
second it and
to
it's a friendly
second
motion.
and we'll incorporate his comments as a friendly amendment in terms of the Slate C exemption. And so that motion is on the table. And let me further add to that motion a requirement that every 5 years, Planning and HCID undertake a new market analysis and adjust market levels and geographies where necessary, and also report on the revenues, expenditure outcomes, and recommended adjustments to the fee. We also would like to do the addition of a PLA provision in the Housing Impact Trust Fund that is consistent with what the council has approved in regards to HHH, to keep those consistent. I would also like to clarify that public institutions to include nonprofit hospitals, a clarification for development that provides public benefit payments when acquiring additional floor area. I would also like to request that HCID report back in 90 days after adoption with a final expenditure framework based on current revenue projections. And so that's the motion on the table now as amended by Mr. Price. Go to Bloomfield.
Real quick, if I
Yes.
could, what was the exemption on the hospital? I didn't.
To clarify that public institutions include nonprofit hospitals. So I think there's some type of exemption provisions for public institutions, correct?
Right.
And that we want to include nonprofit hospitals in that. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the motions that you're putting forward. I appreciate the work, so much work that's been done on this by this committee and by planning and everyone. Affordable housing is so critical, and one of the important tools is a linkage fee. So moving it forward, I think is very important. Now, I'm new to the committee, and so I wasn't able to be part of the previous discussions, and looking through this, had a bunch of ideas, and I've limited them down to 7 different amendments that I want to offer today as part of this process. The original list was much longer, but so I just want to quickly mention them. For colleagues, I've printed them out, and they're all in front of you. One has to do with a linkage fee economic trigger. Basically, people talk about what the impact is going to be, and I want to move that the City Planning Commission report on the proposed housing linkage fee be amended to include a report to the City Council will be required if economic, housing, or real estate conditions deteriorate to the point of imperiling housing production or the economic viability of charging linkage fee. And then I list a number of events that would trigger such a study, including housing production falling below 10,000 units, an economic recession or depression, property values falling below 5%, housing or rental prices falling below 5%, housing or rental costs rising by more than 10%, natural disaster that impacts our economy. The idea here is, the rest of the language here, but the idea here is to have that trigger so that it doesn't automatically change anything, but it triggers a report to the council so that we can be informed and we can make that decision if we need to make a change. Second, have one called the Linkage Fee Implementation and Performance Look Back. The amendment is going to provide a comprehensive review of the linkage fee after 2 years of implementation. Again, the idea is this is a bold, new effort by the city, and want to make sure that we have a complete overview of the fees, the performance, and its consequences. What it states is, I'll therefore move that the City Planning Commission report and proposed linkage fee be amended to require a comprehensive study drafted by the Department of City Planning and HCID to be completed within 24 months after adoption and implementation of the ordinance. And it goes on to talk about how the report will include information related to the impacts on the affordable housing fee, on housing production, housing costs. So it's a look-back performance. Next one has to do with a linkage fee penalty for net loss of housing. We all have the objective. We are trying to create more housing, not less housing. Housing production is needed citywide at all income levels. Any project that proposes to develop an infill project that removes units from the marketplace and replaces them with fewer than what existed is actually contributing to the problem. And therefore, I was moving that City Planning Commission be reported to increase the residential affordability housing linkage fee, irrespective of the geographical area market, by $3 per square foot for any project that results in a net loss of housing units from what was previously existed on site. Now, also, I was talking to planning, and there's some concern. The last thing I want to do is slow things down. So I'm happy to have language in there that says contingent on that it is contingent that it is in conformance with the Nexus Study, or a language to that effect, so that planning has the ability to look at it. I believe all of these amendments are contingent with the Nexus Study, but I'm happy to put that contingency on these amendments so that this doesn't have to trigger any sort of slowing of the process. Yeah. The third one, small multifamily buildings. We talked about small multifamily buildings between 1 and 5 units are currently exempt from the draft of the affordable linkage fee. In many parts of the city, these can be considered naturally occurring affordable housing units, but in high market areas or areas with higher housing costs, these units are often the most lucrative or viable typology in the area, and cutting them out decreases the revenues for the linkage fee. And I think therefore moving the City Planning Commission report and proposed affordable housing linkage fee be amended to remove the exemption for small multifamily buildings in the geographic areas that are deemed high markets while leaving the exemption in place for all other market areas. Because you have some of these multi-unit places, particularly on the west side, that are multi-million-dollar homes for the wealthiest folks, and there's no policy reason why, in my view, they should be exempted. So doing it based on that area. Next amendment has to do with the single-family home exemption. City of LA, we have a housing crisis. A predominant amount is new single-family homes built to appeal to the high-end market. Single families are no exemption. A lot of small and existing homes are extensively remodeled or flipped or made into McMansions. Many are out of reach in terms of their location for most people. I therefore move that the City Planning Commission the linkage fee ordinance be amended to reduce the exemption for single-family home construction and additions from 1,500 square feet to 750 square feet. If you're adding 1,500 square feet, that is like adding a whole other house to your house. And you should be able to, after 750 square feet, I think it's appropriate that you're paying the linkage fee and that it's not exempted. So that's one. Only two more, folks. I'm moving quickly here. The expenditure plan, the linkage fee expenditure plan in the missing middle is what I call this one. The City of LA has a housing crisis, and specifically an affordability housing crisis. And it has hit our most vulnerable, hardest, creating housing concerns and burdens for all. And it's pushed many into homelessness. We all know this. Not only are our most vulnerable at risk, but also the working class and the middle class. Housing costs have risen so high and fast, even two working adults are burdened with rent. Concrete solutions are needed for all income levels, including those of moderate and workforce housing. I think this one's particularly important. Therefore, I move the Affordable Linkage Fee Ordinance to be amended to require that any future expenditure plan for the Housing Impact Trust Fund to include funding for the creation and preservation of moderate workforce and middle income housing to ensure a sustainable production of housing for our, quote, missing middle. In addition to the Department of City Planning, in conjunction with HCID, that shall produce recommendations for ways to incentivize these types of housing and create a plan for leveraging the funds. Because a lot of times we talk about this because there's not other direct leverages on other government funds. The numbers appear so large that to do the missing middle that we kind of look at it, put it aside. And I want us to look at ways that we can leverage those funds to work on this missing middle because it's an important piece to it. And the last amendment is the linkage fee phased-in fee. I know folks wanted to phase this in over a very long period of time. I don't agree with that, but I do think we need a little bit of time to adjust and fully absorb the new affordable housing linkage fee, and a gradual and incremental implementation of the fee could help ease the transition. Therefore, I'm asking that the affordable linkage fee be amended to implement the affordability linkage fee through a phased-in approach over 2 years, 2 short years. The first year being 1/2 of the adopted fee level, and the second year the full amount of the adopted fee level. And we already have the first 180 days is exempt, so really you're talking about the second half and then the latter half. So those are the amendments that I'm putting forward and the reasoning behind it. We can talk about it more obviously in discussion, but wanted to get that out here before public comment. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to discuss those.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? Mr. Englander?
I just have a couple of friendly amendments to Mr. Blumenfield's suggested amendments, and that was on the look back. I would ask that we go to 12 months instead of 24.
Wait, on the what?
On his look back, on the implementation and performance look back.
Oh, there it is.
24. So I'm asking that it go to 12 months. I'm asking that to be a friendly.
Yeah, I'm open. I'm curious with planning. I had heard concerns about the time frame. I'm open to the 12 versus 24. I know that originally they were talking 5 years, but I'll.
I think we should look at everything every year, but. Yeah.
Certainly, I would, Rushmore Cervantes again, I would just say that there's going to be additional time needed, even beyond 24 months, to be able to see the true impact of these fees as developers are taking down land and eventually going through the process, getting the entitlements and then going to finance construction and then completing
Sure.
it, there's going to be a serious lag time, so.
Yeah, but then we'll have a benchmark, and we can compare it to each
Right.
cycle.
Just caution is what information we may have or will not have after 12 months or 24 months. So just
I'm sure that will be disclosed in your report.
certainly, just caution.
But I'm happy to accept that as friendly. Is there any additional comments from planning or strong objections to?
Well, Ken Bernstein again, City Planning. We're happy to report back annually if that's the council direction. At the same time, it's important to point out that especially if the longer phase-in is implemented, we will not have begun collecting the fees and implementing the program fully within that first year.
So maybe
But
it's,
we
the caveat is understanding that the first year, the second year are going to be partial, but but the goal is to have something on an annual basis.
Right.
And obviously more comprehensive as the years go through.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if I may also just ask for clarification, Councilman, on your motion on the expenditure plan, looking at moderate income, if that could be tied then to the proposed 3-month report back, so that's all tied into the same expenditure plan?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Your motion was to look at a moderate income strategy for an overall expenditure plan.
Yes.
If that's to be approved, I just ask that be part of, whether it be a 3-month report back for a full expenditure plan or a 6-month, whatever, so it's all tied into one, so we have one comprehensive discussion about what the council's desires are for an expenditure plan from an from a linkage fee.
Well, one's an expenditure plan, and the other one is overall performance and how it's
Well,
doing.
No, there was a 3-month instruction to come back with an expenditure plan, Councilman.
You're saying on which one?
Yeah, but that's a 3-month instruction to come back with an expenditure plan. That's looking forward, this is a looking back annually.
Right.
You're talking about two different things. He switched to a different amendment.
Right.
So let's, first the discussion, the initial discussion, we haven't had the real discussion, on understanding what the amendment is. On the look back, I'll accept the friendly amendment with the caveats that we just put in, and that's fine. And then you're asking for the other amendment, which was the expenditure plan in the missing middle, which was requiring any future expenditure plan to include funding for the creation and preservation of moderate workforce, middle income, to ensure sustainable production of housing. And you want to link that to the 3-month.
The instruction to report back for an expenditure plan, so this tied
Okay,
together.
so it's tied into that. That's fine.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Englander?
Yeah, on your economic trigger, I would ask instead of the 10,000 units per year, 7,500. And again, it's just a review. It's just to alert us, to let us know.
Happy to accept that as a friendly
And
amendment.
then there was one other change on that the report at the bottom, it says if the fee exasperated it, and that's really subjective for us to look at based on all the data, so I would strike that. I think everything is included in the aforementioned part of the motion. The last paragraph where it says if the fee exasperated it, but there's going to be many different variables and factors that may or may not have an effect on any of the aforementioned bullet points in the motion.
Right, so maybe
Rather than just tie it to one thing, it should be based on anything.
You could say debate will include all of the events that precipitated it, including whether or not it exacerbated the impacts of the housing production, the overall.
So I would say, yeah.
It's
So
not
we would
meant to
say-
be I do like having that as a question for them to answer, but
Well, they
but
will.
I don't want it to be the exclusion of other things as you're suggesting.
Right,
So-
and that's what it would. So it would say, will include an analysis of what precipitated this event, the impacts to housing production, overall performance of the linkage fee and the recommendation. So that stays in there. I would just simply suggest that you strike if the linkage fee exasperated it.
And we can
keep
add,
and all the rest of the language stays.
or is the separate, you could just add a separate sentences also whether or not the fee was exacerbated by the linkage fee.
Okay. Those were my friendly suggested changes. I know we'll be voting on these later.
Okay.
And then, is it for me?
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Englander?
thank you. So, since we opened it up with some comments, I had a few of my own that I wanted to open up with as well. And first, I think this is by far one of the most divided subject matters from, depending on who you talk to that are in this space. everybody's got a different opinion. Or as a side on this. And the interesting thing, though, is every single person that I've spoken with, whether it's been an affordable housing provider, a low-income housing supplier, those folks that are in the trades and looking for jobs, folks that are living on the street, everyone I've spoke with on this entire issue across the board all have the same goal. Every single one of them. That we need more housing of all types, low income, affordable, moderate, transitional, long-term, market rate, and yes, even luxury, because the people that are moving out of their first homes may move up and open up more product. So with this, I think everybody's got their heart in the right place. I don't know that we all agree on every effort to get there. I will tell you, for me, this is like navigating a live minefield, that if we make it through it somehow, we'll live. But if we misstep at all, we don't. And the consequences are devastating. So it is complicated. And I just read an article that I wanted to share with you, some highlights. That large and small developers, and this is recent, and this is critically important. It's really important because this decision that's before us today is going to have dramatic impacts or benefits. And so large and small developers, this was in the San Fernando Valley Business Journal on July 24th. For years have built single-family homes, condominiums, and apartments in the Valley and in LA. And I'm just going to read highlights, have pulled out of deals to buy land and to build projects and are investing in other cities instead. This was a result of the recently passed Measure JJJ. It has turned developing into a high-cost endeavor that delivers low to no value returns. There's going to be no production because of JJJ, said Brookfield assistant manager, one of the largest LA landlords here in the city. In the Valley, that's where high-volume market and there are typically lower densities. These measures eviscerate land ownership. Brookfield killed an 80-acre land purchase in the West Valley where it planned to replace high vacant office and industrial space with condominiums and apartments. Right after that, Mill Creek Residential in Dallas, a national builder of market rate and affordable apartments, canceled plans to buy land in Tarzana for a transit-oriented development, something else we've worked on for years. A local builder, Williams Homes, one of the largest private single-family for-sale townhome builders in LA, terminated a pending land purchase in the North Valley were intended to build 164 townhomes. California Home Builders, a Canoga Park developer, has rejected 15 to 20 land deals in neighborhoods including Van Nuys, Pacoima, and Northridge since the measure passed and won't break ground on any new projects next year at all. Instead, it's pursuing land in cities such as Burbank and other sections of LA County, but not Los Angeles. Another local developer spent 3 years trying to entitle land it owned in Van Nuys for workforce housing near public transportation and gave up after learning his project would lose money because of JJJ. Sherman Oaks developer IMT Residential terminated 3 projects it had planned for the San Fernando Valley. These go on.
Excuse me, hold on.
Excuse me.
Hold on. We ask everyone.
Factors
hold on,
such
Mr.
as-
Hold on, Mr. Englander. We ask everyone to please respect the speaker. We are going to monitor and ask individuals if we identify them, and the second warning, we'll ask them to leave. Thank you.
So the point of this is, and it goes on, and I had a dozen other, poor developers, a dozen other developers that they can go build somewhere else. We don't want them, right? But we're all here because we need housing. The biggest crises we face today, make no mistake, of our lifetime, is that people are living either in squalor or on the streets, under freeway underpasses, in their cars, recreational vehicles that were certainly not designed for that, in record numbers, bar none. So we're here because we're all trying to figure out how to either create a separate pot of funds, and guess where those are going to come from? Developers. If they don't build at all in Los Angeles, we get nothing. This whole ordinance goes nowhere. So there's got to be a sweet spot. There's got to be a point where it makes sense And it doesn't halt development and construction completely, because we are desperately short, and we all agree we're short on housing. So with that, this is a minefield, and it's very, very difficult. I've certainly got a number of questions and concerns. First, I want to thank the departments, because I know they've put a tremendous amount of effort and work, and I know a lot of these suggestions were ones that I had made as well. Rather than go through, because I want to hear public comment, and I'll wait till the end to go through all my questions with the report, because I've got a lot of them. I agree with a lot of what's in the report, not necessarily everything. One of the things I want to talk about as well is linking it to other sources of revenue as a linkage, and we'll get into that as well. And, but with that, I do want to hear from the public, but I wanted to make a point. And the point is, if development does dry up, and by the way, it's down significantly, if it dries up completely or to lowest levels ever, the linkage is all for naught. And there's no revenue and there's no jobs for those who either support it or the developers that don't want it. It's not complicated. And so anyway, thank you very much for letting me helping with that.
Great. Thank you very much. So with that, let's, this on? There you go. We will now, let me turn it over to the city clerk so to advise us how we will move through public comment. We will allow speakers to speak 1 minute, and we will go for an hour and hopefully take in as many people as possible in that hour. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Once again, public comment for this item will be selected by row. We have city staff at each aisle to direct you to the microphone. We will have 5 speakers on this side and then 5 speakers on this side, alternating 5 at a time until we complete the hour of public comment. Thank you.
CD 15, Council District from Councilmember Bonan's office. Do you wish to speak now or after the public comment? City 15, yeah. You wish to speak now? Go right ahead. And then we'll start as we...
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members. Dennis Gleason from the office of Councilmember Joe Buscaino. We are experiencing a housing crisis. Several of you addressed that, and we'd like to commend Mayor Garcetti for at least proposing a potential solution. That's certainly more leadership than we're seeing out of Washington, D.C. right now. As many of you well know, Los Angeles is a large, complex, diverse city with many unique neighborhoods. And as you know, this is what makes coming up with public policy for the city so difficult. Councilman Buscaino shares the concerns that many members of this committee share, that a fee in low market areas such as CD8, CD9, and CD15 could stifle development. According to a report from Beacon Economics last year, Council District 15 had the lowest number of building permits pulled from any council district in the city. We are not downtown, we are not Venice, and we are not Hollywood. We wish that we had the level of interest from the development community that those neighborhoods have. A variable rate structure makes the most sense. It lessens the impact of the fee on developing market rate housing in low markets, and it collects more money from more desirable markets where development can better support a higher fee. We urge you to support a variable fee based on community plan area, option C on page 23 of the report. This will strike a better balance between simplicity and ease of implementation with easing the impact of development on market rate housing in low market areas. We thank you very much for your consideration. Once again, we urge you to adopt option C. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. City Clerk, if you could, the floor is yours for about an hour to manage the public comment. So, thank you.
Okay, we have the first speaker ready on my left.
Hi, my name is Wesley Walker, and I'm with the Los Angeles Community Action Network. As a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network, I have fought for over 10 years to end homelessness. During Measure H and Triple H campaign, we knocked on doors, phone banked for weeks because we know that you cannot end homelessness without homes. But these measures are not enough. Homelessness is up 20%. Why? Because homelessness crisis is a housing crisis. With LA being short over 32,000 units for very low income people like me, too many people are struggling to afford rents. And one paycheck medical emergency rent increase away from being put on the streets. We need linkage fee policy now because we need permanent sources of local funding for affordable housing.
Thank you.
You all have committed to linkage fee during the last year's budget.
Thank you.
Keep your promise. Please pass this linkage fee, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilman. Hi, everyone. My name is Louise Mbala. You could call me Frenchy. Here I'm in solidarity with and a member of Los Angeles Community Action Network. I'm a homeless advocate and a former Downtown Women Action Coalition co-chair secretary. I'm here to speak in favor of linkage fee. I believe this ordinance is human right based, and I'm advocating on the behalf of people who sleep in tents on the street with no toilets, no bathrooms. And this is not even a question asked whether the developer should want it or not. I pray and hope it should be illegal for them to just keep on raising rents like that without any regards to people who do not have anything. Yes to linkage fee.
Hi there. My name is Jed Perriott. I'm with the Democratic Socialists of America in LA Can. And obviously you said it, we're in the middle of a homelessness crisis, a housing crisis, and the problem is not supply. The problem is affordability. You know, I look out and I see the top 10 market rate developments that have been approved, a lot of them in South LA and Boyle Heights, and it's 900 market rate units here, 900 market unit rates there. Where's the low income housing? Where's the low income? Where's the public housing, if you ask me? And so we need to do everything we can, every tool we have, we need to use, including a strong linkage fee and more. We can't stop at a linkage fee. We can't stop there. I would say we need to start accounting for vacancy and push a vacancy tax after that. Look at the Orsini and the Da Vinci, vacant. Meanwhile, tents are parked in front of them. It's wrong. You need to pass this linkage fee. It has to be strong, $150 million a year, at least.
Craig R., Los Angeles Community Action Network. As a native Angelino, member of the community, and a 13-year resident of Skid Row, I want to add my voice strongly to the advocacy for a linkage fee, but for not a hollow linkage fee, but a robust one, which will raise the $150 million that is needed to be distributed around the city in new building so that we can have permanent supportive housing and extremely low-income housing in Skid Row, but also to help fund the housing for the entire city to help with the homeless problem of 50,000 people, which is only going up. I would like to ask the two questions. How much do we want? And when do we want it? Now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Huizar and Plum Committee members. Hugo Garcia, lead community organizer for the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. The Land Trust creates, organizes, and advocates for urban parks and gardens in LA's low-income communities of color. As Chairperson Huizar knows, the Land Trust led the grassroots campaign to overhaul the Quimby Park Fee Ordinance, which City Council adopted unanimously last September. During that campaign, we collaborated with affordable housing partners on the serious need to fund both parks and affordable housing. Housing and parks are critical infrastructure and major determinants of our community's life expectancy, and both are woefully underfunded. The Land Trust is here today to stand in solidarity with the affordable housing community to support a strong linkage fee ordinance that would net at least $150 million per year for affordable housing. The Land Trust urges the Plum Committee to adopt a strong linkage fee to create a healthier, more affordable, and more equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Karen Moreno.
Good afternoon, my name is Carmen Moreno.
Estoy aquí representando a la comunidad latina.
I am here representing the Latino community.
Soy hija de padres inmigrantes que vinieron a este país para darme oportunidades como educación y el sueño de tener propiedad.
I am the children of immigrant parents that came to this country to give me education and opportunities.
Yo, gracias a mi familia y los sacrificios que hicimos, pude cumplir mis metas de tener una casa.
Myself, thanks to the sacrifices that my family did, I was able to buy a house.
Desafortunadamente no puedo decir lo mismo por muchos latinos que no pueden rentar un apartamento por su propia cuenta.
Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about some other Hispanic people because they cannot even rent a housing.
Y menos poder ahorrar lo suficiente como para comprar una casa.
And they cannot even save enough to buy a house.
Esto yo sé porque cualquier aumento de costo para la producción de casas será un costo que nos afectará a todos.
I know this because any increase in the cost of living, it would be a cost that will affect all of us.
Permitir esta matrícula nos perjudicará a todos porque el resultado será que se van a construir menos casas por año.
To allow this will be very hurtful for all of us because this is going to result in the build on the construction of less houses for all of us.
Mientras que el costo de renta y de poder comprar casa va a seguir aumentando.
Meanwhile, the cost of rent is going to continue to increase the same as the cost of building houses.
Por favor, les pido que no aprueben el linkage fee.
Please do not approve the linkage fee.
No les roben a la comunidad latina y de bajos recursos la oportunidad de tener un techo donde vivir.
Please do not steal the opportunity to the Hispanic community to build a house and to have the opportunity of living somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Williams, an advocate for housing and creating wealth through home ownership. And I believe that this linkage fee is going to actually add an additional burden. We cannot afford to make housing more expensive. I can tell you right now that I have helped families acquire the dream of the American dream of home ownership. And it's been very difficult these past years, especially if you look back to the credit crisis of 2000, 2007, and 2008, that we don't have access to viable housing. So what I ask is the council to step back and look at a bigger plan, to look at sustainable housing for all communities. Because right now, if you look, and I referenced the book, The Color of Law by Mr. Rothstein, and encourage all to read, that there has been a systematic, definitive approach to housing that has actually targeted the underserved. And right now, what you're doing is creating a market rate that's going to create more costs to families and keep them away from the American dream. Thank you.
Hello, Chair and Council members. Christine with BIA. We can't afford to make housing more expensive. The city wants to tax the very thing we should be producing. Fee supporters will claim fees won't be passed on to renters, which denies simple economic logic. When have we ever added a cost to anything that has actually incentivized it or made it cheaper for the consumer? Cigarettes, gasoline tax, airline fees, all passed down to the consumer. An additional cost to housing production will lead to increased rents and home prices for 99.9% of low-income households in order to subsidize the 0.01% of those who will benefit. Every fee supporter in this room thinks that they are going to get an affordable unit. But at the proposed rate, it will take 979 years for us to get there. Fee advocates claim we'll get 1,000 units a year because we're trying to model ourselves after San Francisco, right? Well, San Francisco produces 86 units a year. To date, after 15 years, they have produced 2,157 units. Chicago builds an average of 22 a year. This fee is not worth the havoc it will wreak on low-income
Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow. Good afternoon, Chair Weezar and other members of the committee. My name is Tim Piaski, and I represent the thousands of men and women and their companies working in the building industry. And we can't afford to make housing more expensive. You see here all the people that are very concerned about the linkage fee today. It's obvious that we have major concerns. Therefore, we are adamantly opposed to the linkage fee because it is a flawed plan that would lower housing production, intensify LA's already sky-high costs, push more Angelenos into poverty, and increase homelessness on our streets. Unfortunately, you may be politically compelled to pass something, even acknowledging its devastating negative impacts on those it purports to help. While we find this disingenuous, we request that you at least soften the dramatic blow to low and moderate income households by implementing the following. On your 1-year look back, you should add circuit breakers. And when you do that look back, you should actually look at the applications that are being submitted to planning, because I think that's a more accurate look at the beginning. You should implement a 5-year phase-in, and you should expand low and moderate areas from the fee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Brian. I'm not a developer. I don't work in development. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and other renters like me. I'm 35 years old. I'm married. I work in banking. I also volunteer with Ahlf and GSFA in an attempt to make homeownership affordable for low to moderate income buyers. I make a decent income. I do want to buy a home. I live and work in West LA, and I rent 800 square feet for about $2,700 a month. I've seen my rent increase year after year. It's not, I don't rent from a developer. I rent from a private landowner. The market is driving up my rent, not the developers. We make enough money that we would be able to afford in most cities. But in my neighborhood, even a fixer-upper is north of $1 million. We make enough money that we would not qualify for low to moderate income, but not enough to afford an actual house anywhere near where we live and work. And moving to the North Valley or South LA is not feasible. So an additional tax burden on the cost of development means a pass-through expense that would surely fall upon our shoulders as home buyers, and I think we should...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Q from the church Without Walls in Skid Row. I'm here also on behalf of CLUE. Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, said, "America learns only from catastrophe, not from experience." Well, we've got a human catastrophe. When our city-approved project, without strong community support and agreements, we add to that catastrophe. You can't just add a few affordable housing units in a project and call it affordable housing project. Remember, past policies brought us to this catastrophe. Because we're here and we said that there are a wide range of stakeholders. Well, if you look around downtown Los Angeles, we see that there's inequity in terms of stake. Who's holding all the stakes? We see all these cranes in South Park, but all these tents in Skid Row. Come on, somebody. When we look at the current situation around the city, let's be clear.
Thank you.
Let's be clear.
Your time is up, sir.
It is
Thank you.
developers that cause the situation that is today.
My name is Georgette Sharp, and I like to reiterate what I said in June. I am a member of ACE and a cancer survivor. I am on a fixed income of $10.95 per month. I live in a room with a toilet and a sink that is infested with bed bugs and cockroaches with a community kitchen. I have a BS degree in economics, an MBA in marketing, and a graduate project management certificate. No one wanted to hire a cancer survivor, so I ended up in abject poverty. Section 8 waiting list is 8 to 10 years long. I could not get on the list. New construction is flagged for the healthy and the affluent. I can't afford market rate rent. Passing a credible linkage fee of $25 or more for affordable housing can help more people like me.
Hello, Telmi Perez, LA Community Action Network. I just want to comment on some of the amendments that we heard today, over a dozen. That is really troubling because we have no idea how these will impact this linkage fee that's being proposed. And I just want to say that we support Councilman Weezar's proposal for a tiered system without any amendments. But I do want to comment on some of the amendments. For example, there should be no phase-in. And it's ridiculous to propose a phase-in. We need a linkage fee now, today. And how can you have a phase-in and also be proposing look-back periods of 1 year when you're talking about a 2-year phase-in? It doesn't even make sense. I also want to say we're against empowerment zone exemption. You might not be, South LA and other communities might not be getting high levels of development now, but that's exactly why we need a linkage fee, so we can develop the housing that's necessary in communities that lack affordable housing and that need more affordable housing. And lastly, I want to say that we need to do this now. I wanted to ask if folks who are here in support of a linkage fee can also stand up so you can see how much support we have. Who supports a linkage fee?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening, councilpersons. My name is Seamus Hurley. I'm a resident of CD10. I am a member of a congregation called ECAR with congregants all across Los Angeles. ECAR, in turn, is part of LA Voice Network, a group of 40 to 50 congregations throughout Los Angeles. Over the past few election cycles, we have turned out folks knocking on doors and phone banking in favor of County Measure H, HHH, and JJJ. Time and time again, the taxpayers of Los Angeles have gone into their own pocket to create funds for affordable housing. And I'm here today to say there's a moral imperative to turning towards the developers, pitching in their fair share. The city's own reports say that the levels of funding that we're talking about here in this meeting today are below what is affordable for those developers. There's a moral imperative. It is a sad fact that today we have more vacancies than we have homeless people. Solving this problem is a matter of willpower. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sister Karen Collier, and I'm the pastor at St. Agatha's Church in South LA, the corner of South Los Angeles. I wasn't going to speak, and then I got to thinking about it. Just down the street from us, 2 houses down from the office, we have an apartment building. The apartment building was completely gutted. It was a Section 8 housing, full, and last year it was completely gutted. And now there are luxury apartments that are there, and the rent is $2,500. Now, nobody in my community could afford $2,500. I don't know who's living there. They're full. We don't see it. The community is mainly Hispanic and African American. We need to see affordable housing for the people that live in this community. Otherwise, you're going to see an empty community, and they're not going to be able to stay there. So I just ask that look at that, think about it, and think about the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard White. I work for Laraber Framing. We employ over 900 framers in the Southern California area in the construction industry. When I have gone to my builders and said, please give me your assessment of what might happen if they adopt this linkage fee, most of my developers have said it's an issue of the cost of construction, and if another city wants us, then we'll go to another city. So if you adopt this linkage fee, I'm afraid for you that you'll be guilty of, 1, chasing out jobs. Number 2, is I think you'll be guilty of really starting inflation or promoting inflation in housing and the cost of housing and, of course, in the cost of rentals. So please, I ask you to consider not voting for the linkage fee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dane Frank, and I oppose the linkage fee. I understand that there is a shortage of low-income housing, but imposing the linkage fee is not the answer. The city of Los Angeles has been undergoing a major facelift for almost 2 decades, demolishing old dilapidated buildings and replacing them with new desirable buildings. Look around downtown at all the tower cranes and all the construction that's going on and all the people that are working and that are employed, that are going to be unemployed if this passes. Remember the Great Recession? I do all too well. We had to lay off about 70% of our workforce, impacting adversely many of our employees, obviously. Imposing the leakage fee will discourage many builders from building, thus requiring us to lay off our employees again and taking a step backwards, and potentially go on unemployment. On a personal note, my daughter and son-in-law recently bought a small home, and my wife and I just found out that she's pregnant with twins. They need to add on to their home.
Thank you.
A lot of money. Who's opposed to the linkage fee?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Ryan Frank. I oppose the linkage fee for multiple reasons. I know that you guys are trying to model this after San Francisco. In San Francisco, they do a per unit cost. You guys are proposing to do a per square footage cost. At $12 per square foot, an 800 square foot apartment is going to now cost the developer $9,600. If you were to amortize that over a 5-year period, that's $160 per month. Who do you think is going to pay the $160 per month? That's going to go to the new tenants into those properties. That's going to persuade developers to go elsewhere. They're not going to want to build any more projects. And working for developers and having the opportunity to hire a bunch of employees, I've seen a lot of employees grow with this opportunity for themselves. They start off as just $12 an hour guys that have never held a hammer, have never worked in their lives, and they move on and they grow and they become a contributing member of the economy. So I oppose the linkage fee.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Plum Committee. My name is Chris Hannon, and on behalf of Ron Miller and the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council, our 47 affiliates, and the 140,000 of the finest craftsmen and women in the construction industry, we support the linkage fee. We support the job standards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Plum Committee members. Thanks for having us. My name is Mott Smith. I'm a developer, and I just want to say I'm personally not concerned that developers are going to be driven out of town by this. But the way developers are making money right now is by building things that are far too expensive, and that's going to continue and only get worse. I built a project in Lincoln Heights that converted a warehouse to a center for small businesses with over 300 jobs. The people competing with us to buy that property were not other developers trying to create jobs. They were people who wanted to keep it a warehouse with just 6 low-paying jobs. The linkage fee would make it impossible for me to compete with those other buyers. This is why I support Councilman Price's friendly amendment to exempt economic development zones. Also, I don't think Ken Bernstein meant to misspeak when he said that the linkage fee study looked at projects other than raw land. I'm holding here on my phone Appendix C8 for the linkage fee study, all raw land. Before you approve the fee, please study the effects on redevelopment.
Members of the committee, my name is Gary Tobin. I'm with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. And we're talking about an affordable housing fee, and we're just concerned that we're going to turn this into an anti-workforce housing penalty. 90% of the people that need more affordable housing in our community live in market rate housing. Their housing will go up between $10,000 and $20,000 per unit with this fee. I applaud some of the checks that you're going to look at, the studies you're going to do in a year and two, because we cannot afford to make this an anti-workforce housing program. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Francine Andrade, and I'm from Downtown Women's Center. And I'm here to support the homeless and Skid Row and everybody who's living in the street. And I hope everybody get a house so that way they could support their family and live their life the way they want to. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Brooke Werchafter. I'm here representing ECAR, a congregation in Mid-City with members all over Los Angeles, and also LA Voice, which represents over 30 congregations across LA County. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm here to support a strong linkage fee that raises at least $150 million. Council members, we've met with many of you. We've talked about this issue. You know how important this is to our people, your people, the residents of this city. We can't seriously be talking about trying to preserve the highest possible developer profits over the right of residents of this city to sleep with a roof over their heads in every single district of this city. I know that there are council members here from as far as the West Valley and the East Valley and South Los Angeles who know that people are sleeping on the streets of their neighborhoods tonight. We need a strong linkage fee. $150 million a year will begin the process of building affordable housing in this city. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Blumberg with Valley Beth Shalom. I'm here to first applaud Councilmember Weezar's option C and Councilmember Blumenfield's amendments to the extent that they do give us a higher linkage fee, close to, if not exceeding, $150 million. When we look at the linkage fees in cities similar to Los Angeles, like New York and Boston, they are experiencing such a building boom with a higher linkage fee than we are even looking at, that the Wall Street Journal recently reported that banks are pulling back because they fear there's an oversupply of housing in those cities, not here in LA. So we shouldn't be afraid of what a higher linkage fee should do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keandra Dodds, and I'm with Enterprise Community Partners and also a coalition for Just LA. We need this linkage fee now. We have an unprecedented affordable housing crisis and no money to build, to do the solutions to get us out of it. We must fix that. And we can't wait. Our market will adjust. Residents, the people of Los Angeles, can't wait. How many people have to become homeless before we start to get bold about our solutions? As a national nonprofit, we work across the country, and we've heard this type of opposition when some of our partners have proposed linkage fees or inclusionary zoning or other types of similar of policies. Their markets still thrive. Denver is still flourishing. Boston is still flourishing. Even closer to home, San Diego, West Hollywood, Pasadena, we will still flourish. Our development will still go on, but we'll have more housing for people that are low income and need the affordable housing. We'll have a more balanced approach, and that's what we really need. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm up. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Lal. I'm the president and CEO of the Central City Association. We are an advocacy organization focused on enhancing downtown's vibrancy and increasing investment in the region. The affordable housing linkage fee is an important citywide policy that will have significant new impacts on residential and non-residential development. City planning, the housing department, city council, and mayor's office have worked diligently to create a linkage fee that is predictable. We greatly appreciate this work, but need more clarity regarding the fees indexing. For example, will the fee be adjusted annually? And if so, what market data will be used to inform that? In addition, will the indexing allow for the fee to be reduced when there is an economic downturn, or will the indexing only respond to market upswings?
We also encourage the city to calibrate the fee index so it can respond to real-time conditions, good or bad, and also support Councilmembers Blumenfeld's short-term phase-in of 2 years. Downtown will continue to be the region's growth. I want to also personally thank Councilman Weezar for your leadership today and continued commitment to downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Greenlee. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, representing 250 member organizations that build affordable housing throughout the region. I'm so proud today to be a member of the Coalition for Just LA, a citywide, diverse coalition of folks who support the linkage fee. I also want to express my appreciation to the committee for their great work today and how seriously you're considering this. Just want to say 3 things. One is we oppose any exemption for any particular geography in the city. We oppose a phase-in period that's longer than the currently contemplated 180 days. And then finally, I would just encourage the panel members to look at the City Planning Department's report. We're in the section that talks about fees as compared to valuation. Fees in the city of LA are the lowest in the state. This is time for us to add a little bit of extra cost of development. That's money that's going into developers' pocket, and it should be going to help low-income people live affordably in the city. Thank you.
My name is Drake Woods, and I'm a property and small business owner in the city of Los Angeles. I am against added fees to future development in Los Angeles. If we cobble the developers and deter property owners from construction in the way of excess fees, we are limiting the ability to gain revenue in the future. Construction in Los Angeles is already expensive. Let's find a way to solve the crises without placing the burden on developers and homeowners. Thank you.
My name is Al Lieberbeck. I develop small apartment buildings in the San Fernando Valley, anywhere from 6. My largest building is 39 units. I think that I know the city has a legal obligation to provide housing for all of its citizens, and we as the citizens of this city have a moral and social obligation to do the same. I don't think there's anyone in this room that can argue and say we don't need or don't want affordable housing. But I don't think the linkage fee is the way to go. When JJJ passed, I had 8 projects in play in the process of being developed in San Fernando. We have stopped all those projects. We have pulled the hundreds of people that were going to work on those projects, and we've decided for now to just warehouse them. If this passes, we will never be able to get funding to construct the buildings. I met with my banker, and I was told that with this fee, it's not feasible.
Hello, my name is DeAndre Valencia, and I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to testify today and express my opposition to this fee. Having been born and raised in LA County, I've had firsthand experience and have witnessed the continued increase on rent year after year. Now you're proposing this extremely poor housing policy that will raise rents on the individuals who can least afford it. It doesn't make sense. People who know me know I consider myself lucky. I'm fortunate enough to make a decent salary, which enables me to take care of my family, but unfortunately doesn't allow me to live in the city where I work. I spend 3 hours in traffic commuting 30 miles to work commute 30 miles to work and back because housing in LA is too expensive. According to your own report, the linkage fee at best will produce 613 units a year. But you fail to say that it's going to increase rent on over 600,000 low-income families in in the city of LA. The negative impact of this linkage fee extremely outweighs the positive. If you vote for this linkage fee, you'll be hurting more residents than you'll be helping. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana Alcaraz. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network. I'm here to say that we are in support of Weezar's tiered motion and definitely would not want any type of phase-in to happen. This needs to move forward today, and it needs to happen now. On the issue about jobs and the linkage fee, a lot of the developers that we are seeing in the community of downtown, where I am from, A lot of these developers and a majority of the developers in Los Angeles have way more than enough money to pay their workers a living wage and what they deserve, plus this linkage fee, and if they are saying otherwise, they are lying and they are greedy and they deserve to not be building in Los Angeles, and they can leave and build somewhere else.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Gerard Wright, policy manager for BizFed, who represents over 325,000 businesses, both large and small in Los Angeles County, who employ 3 million employees in LA County. I'm speaking on behalf of our members who are in opposition of this linkage fee as proposed and with the current amendments. Here's a quick couple of questions. If housing is a high priority, why isn't the city simply adjusting the city's budget as a consistent line item to the Housing Trust Fund? Another concern is this variable linkage fee for low and medium markets. Will that increase the concern of gentrification? Because you're now impacting, making the lower income or lower areas more desirable, which is going to drive up more of the rents and drive up more of the possibilities. A final question, maybe rhetorical, but a question that occurred with Councilmember Bloomfield's amendments. If there's a linkage fee penalty, who pays it if the city decides to include amendments that are against what is in no net loss? Who pays for that? Is it the city or is it the community?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mel Wilson. I'm a realtor. I'm on the board of directors for the National and the California Association of Realtors. We have a housing shortage, and the only way we're going to make it better is to increase housing supply. Middle-class workers. We're standing up for middle-class workers. These are folks who have a job, but they cannot afford to rent $1,500 a month. They cannot afford to buy $566,000 to buy. We want you to do a look back. Look back and see what the housing department has done with the money when they had it. How many units did they really create when there was a $100 million fund for creating housing affordability? We think that this is a sham. We think that there's a better way to do it. We're willing to work with you. We supported Measure HHH. We support Measure SB2 in Sacramento. We want you to work with us. So please, stand up for middle-class workers. Don't hit them with another fee. Middle-class workers cannot afford this housing linkage fee. Thank you.
I'm with Los Angeles Community Action Network, where a large population of majority black homeless people reside, human beings, but not all black, all people of all races, homeless. I want to answer this person who okay. Well, I want to answer the person who wanted market rate housing. That if you don't create market rate housing, you'll create unemployment. That's a falsehood. Creating affordable housing, especially, I am for housing for very, very low income and homeless people, subsidized homeless people. So that will still create jobs. It's already.
Good afternoon. My name is Father Brendan Bussey from Dolores Mission in Boyle Heights. I'm not a big fan of violent metaphors in public discourse, but if there is a minefield here, it is a moral minefield. And we either build housing for those who most need it, or we do not. That is the question. T.S. Eliot, in his poem The Wasteland, asks, what is the meaning of this city? Do you huddle together because to make money from one another, or because this is a community? If this is a community, I'm here to tell you that love demands we do all we can, even if it seems to us a sacrifice, to give more of what we have to those who have not. A strong linkage fee does exactly that. No one will lose anything The only question is whether there is room in our housing for those who are now homeless or at risk of being so. If we value one another, we value a community where everyone has access to a safe and affordable housing, there is no question we must support the strongest possible linkage fee.
Hi, my name's Claire Meredith. I'm here representing Bend the Arc, and here as a downtown resident representing my neighbors on Skid Row. As someone who grew up in a big city with a single mom, I know how hard it can be to make it work. And I know they don't need it to be harder by worrying that they might be evicted or that they might not be able to make rent. I ask you, council members, to please listen to the single moms and working families in your district and pass a strong linkage fee to make their lives a little bit easier and easier for all working families across Los Angeles. Thank you.
My name is David Spiegel. I'm opposed to the linkage fee. It will stifle development. It will hurt economic development and regional growth. It will slow employment, and it will kill the goose that is laying the golden eggs of sustainability, sustained growth, and employment in the city of LA, which is largely due to new housing. Remember, large and mid-sized builders have a choice. They can leave the city of LA. The city of LA just passed JJJ. The full impacts by planning zone admission are still unknown at this time, but we know there is already a decline in new applications for development. The safe approach is to wait for JJJ's full impact. Before adding more costs to the building of new homes, the city council should always err on the side of caution and table this burdensome linkage fee for at least 1 year to see where the full impacts of JJJ lead us. Thank you.
Good evening, Ken Stockton, architect. My firm's 42 years old. We've been designing thousands and thousands of units of housing in Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley for several decades. We do a lot of affordable housing, a lot of low-income housing, thousands of units of senior housing. I can only say please be careful with this ordinance. You've got to really think it through and be careful. It is a minefield. You could cause an immediate recession in this industry, and the fees that you're looking to generate will not happen. Be very careful. I do work for a lot of developers. I'm licensed in 5 different states right now, and currently I have almost as much work out of the city of LA in the last year than I do in the city, and I'm running more projects outside the city limits than I ever have in 40 years. Be careful.
Good evening, Councilman Weezer and members of the Plum Committee. I'm Scott Gray. I represent owners of real estate throughout the city of Los Angeles, including downtown Hollywood and the San Fernando Valley. We strongly oppose the implementation of this linkage fee. There is no doubt that increasing the cost of fees is directly passed on to either the home buyer or to the tenant. It's simple economics. It's not that the developer's profit margin is going to be reduced by even a penny. It'll just be a pass-through cost to the homeowners, ultimately reducing the amount of new development that you'll see, ultimately backfiring on the whole intent of this, of providing more housing. We all want to see more affordable housing. Relax the rules, figure out ways to encourage development. Don't impose more fees.
Good evening. My name is Armando Flores, Legislative Affairs Manager for the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. The city of Los Angeles is suffering from a shortage of affordable housing and an increase in homeless population. We cannot afford to make housing more expensive. This proposal will worsen housing affordability in Los Angeles. The fee will significantly increase the cost to build, making it financially infeasible to build market rate housing that is affordable and inevitably leading to a decrease in housing production. An increase in cost to build will lead to higher rents to offset the added cost, which will then result in a higher amount of individuals left homeless because they simply can't afford to pay their rent. Developers have already begun to leave Los Angeles, and the linkage fee will further deter developers from doing business in Los Angeles and from building the housing this city desperately needs. This fee will ultimately burden low-income families, worsen our housing shortage, and push more Angelenos out of their homes and into poverty. We urge you to strongly consider the ramifications of this proposal and oppose the linkage fee. Thank you.
All right. My name is Alvivon Hurd. I'm a member of ACE. First of all, I want to say we need the linkage fee. How else are we going to build homeless homes for the homeless? I'm lucky I live in a housing project, thank God. But besides that, all of you sitting up there, I'm very disgusted with you. We have waited 3 hours. We listened to you. We listened to all the committees. I'm watching all of you. You're in your computer. You're in your phone. You're playing with your papers. Excuse me. While we stand here to tell you how we feel, and you cannot even give us a minute. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, each and every one of you. And if you think I'm lying, go to the back of the room and take a look down at the front, and you will see what I've been looking at before I even decided to come here and say anything to you. You should be ashamed. Listen to the people. They live it. You don't. Have a blessed day, okay?
I just want to clarify that a lot of the reports and information we get are sent to us electronically, so that's also a consideration.
Hi, I represent RUN, Resident United Network, and I'd like to know how many people have to die from being homeless. How many bodies do you have to find in tents before this linkage, however you say it, comes through? Because you're saving lives, you're giving jobs. It's a domino effect. You give, you get. You give this, you get back. I'm tired of my tax-paying dollars burying bodies or in the morgue with no family because their family has left them alone. You know, we got to get this right. We're losing lives. We're losing people we love. No. Thank you.
Just as a procedural note to the council and the committee, more people on both sides can speak if we don't applaud. We do the international sign language for applause. More people can speak if we do that instead of cheering and applauding. Thank you. So let's be honest. The root cause of the housing crisis is capitalism, okay? Shelter is a commodity under capitalism, okay? And right now, this city is sitting on a powder keg of economic inequality. All right? It is untenable. We have a billionaire for every 10,000 homeless people in Los Angeles. That is outrageous. Hundreds of thousands of renters in this city are on the brink of losing their homes. So forgive me if I'm skeptical and not sympathetic to the developers in this room and their threats to abandon Los Angeles in the face of these middling fees, which are insultingly low. They should be significantly higher, all right? This is a housing crisis. It's an inferno, and this linkage fee is a squirt gun that will not fix it. Developers aren't going anywhere. This council just voted to authorize the Olympic Games. We're going to have 11 years of speculative real estate development. They should be charging them through the nose and housing people, because housing is a right, not your right to unlimited profit.
Hello. Thank you to the council members who are trying to forward this linkage fee. This is absolutely a housing crisis. We all know this. This linkage fee should be higher. Excuse my language. We should be taxing the shit out of the rich. Fund public housing. It's absurd, the level of inequality in the city. I mean, like, I just got to say that. Second, though, what is the alternative? Just letting the market continue to function? We know what happens if we do that. Rents have gone up 30% since 2000, while the real median income has decreased by 3%. Developers are searching for profits. They are not searching for affordable housing. I mean, don't let this guy from the Chamber of Commerce come in and tell you that he cares about affordable housing. They do not like this bill because it cuts into developers' profits. And if developers aren't going to build housing for low-income people, the city should do it himself. It's time. It's 2017. Get over Reaganomics and let's build some public housing.
Fellow Angelinos. Fellow Angelinos. I'm Benjamin Pizzillo. I work with developers every day, costing out projects, both in this city, other parts of South California, and across the nation. I would discourage you from making comparisons to real estate markets like Atlanta, Charlotte, Denver, or Dallas, because those markets continue to sprawl from a city center out into the suburbs. I would also discourage everyone from looking at this issue through the prism of what's happening in downtown Los Angeles. It is on the extreme of what housing projects are in the overall of the city. The majority of projects are a small number of units. I would encourage you to look at San Francisco and what's happened there. You now have two types of housing in San Francisco. Luxury market rate, because that's where people can make money, and making money is a part of building, and publicly subsidized housing. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fred Sutton. I'm here on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. At AGLA, we represent mostly operators, not developers, but as those who house the vast majority of the city of Los Angeles, we have a unique understanding for the desperate need for more supply of housing. When we have one vacancy but 5 families interested in the apartment, we can only take one. This proposal does more damage than good. It will increase the cost of construction, creating higher rents needed to cover the operations. It will benefit a fraction of the city while making it even harder on virtually everyone else. It is not addressing the underlying issue, but in fact will exacerbate the lack of supply. This will continue to increase pressure on the existing stock. As operators of multifamily, not developers, we strongly urge you to oppose this linkage fee, as it is well intended but causes far more harm than good. And one other item, when a new building is built, over time it becomes more affordable. A building built new in 1980 commands a different price than a building built new in 1994, 2005, and 2015. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Laura Raymond. I'm Campaign Director for the Citywide Coalition Act LA. Not only will the linkage fee provide our only permanent source of affordable housing funding, but it will also enable LA to compete for state funding that requires a local match, which is critical, especially right now. We're facing a spending bill in DC that would slash $70 million of annual federal funding for affordable housing in LA. We support a fee that nets $150 million a year. Within option C, we recommend increasing the high market fee to $18 a square foot, which is a conservative proposal from the Nexus Study. We do not support a 2-year phase-in that would leave hundreds of millions of dollars on the table when we're in the middle of the worst homelessness and housing crisis in the country. We don't support Slate Z exemption or any other geographic exemption, but we do support the amendments to minimize exemptions in high market areas. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Fanny Ortiz and I'm from Boyle Heights. I'm a single mother of 5 with my youngest of special needs. And I'm here to support the linkage fee to generate a local funding source to develop affordable housing. I myself experienced displacement within my community and was homeless for 2 years, but thanks to affordable housing, my life was transformed. Having access to affordable housing made an impact on the quality of my life, allowing me the opportunity to work, go back to school, become a community organizer within my community, including winning a seat with the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council and serving the city of LA as a budget advocate. My story is one of many, but when shared, it becomes transformative. I believe housing is a basic human right. We are in a housing crisis, and development of affordable housing is the equitable solution. Please support the linkage fee to offer the opportunity to other families like mine to have access to affordable housing. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Plum Committee. My name is Michael, and I serve on my neighborhood council in North Hollywood, and I'm also one of the city's budget advocates representing the south and eastern parts of the San Fernando Valley, and I'm very honored to be speaking in strong favor of the linkage fee. The voters have, in tremendous fashion, declared that they want an end to the homeless crisis, and this linkage fee helps those that are at risk of falling into homelessness because they simply cannot afford to buy or rent a home. It is incredible in the most unfortunate way that millionaire developers are attempting to have us believe that maintaining the status quo is the best way to solve homelessness and housing affordability, when it is the status quo that has created the homeless crisis. Millionaire developers won't suddenly overnight stop developing. It's Los Angeles we're talking about. Everyone wants to live here. But it's the over 40,000 homeless people and the several 100,000 people living paycheck to paycheck being forced to pay half of their income just for a place to live that the linkage fee will help. The linkage fee will double the number of affordable housing units that are produced, which will help thousands of low-income people. I urge the Plum Committee to pass a strong linkage fee with no phase-in today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Annie Fox. I'm a lead organizer at LA Voice, responsible for our housing work. I want to remind everybody that despite our work on H and HHH, our homelessness crisis increased 26% this year. Are we going to wait another 2 years for it to increase another 26% year by year, especially with the opportunity that Metro build out and the Olympics presents to us? We can't afford that. Our plan to resolve the homelessness crisis is dependent on this fee. To vote against this fee or weaken it would be to go back on the commitment to voters to solve the homelessness crisis. I want to point out that right now we are exempting Los Angeles from a fee that most of our local neighbors and certainly large market comparable cities across the country pay. There's no reason that other markets were able to figure this out and we couldn't. Finally, I want to point out this fee would serve multiple income levels to target workforces, including the construction workforce that is in this room and that we need to keep in the city of Los Angeles.
Hello, my name is Eric, and I support the fee. I've been living in LA for over 20 years, and I lived in both affordable and non-affordable housing. And in my experience, affordable housing takes a huge weight off your shoulders and gives families a chance to plan for the future. And we all know how important that is. We need permanent, sustainable, and supportive housing for the families and children who need this type of support the most. Affordable housing has given me and my family a chance to become productive members of society and a place to take root and flower. So let's not sit this one out with the rezoning and the Olympics right around the corner. Well, not around the corner, but you get it. We're in the right place, but most importantly, the right time to make things happen, to create real change for real people. Because for every person who doesn't support the fee, there are hundreds of people out there who will. I know it because I've talked to them, and that's why I'm here, my own time. So thank you for your time, and please consider it.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Me llamo Miguel, soy estudiante de MBA de UCLA. Vengo a representar a la comunidad latina estudiante.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Miguel. I am a student of UCLA, and I am representing right now everyone here.
La comunidad latina estudiante.
The community of Hispanic students.
Sí, alquilo un departamento en Westwood, que es un área cara para vivir en este momento.
I am renting an apartment in Westwood. It's a very expensive area to live.
El problema de vivienda en Los Ángeles es debido a un desequilibrio entre oferta y demanda.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
El problema de vivienda en LA es debido a un desequilibrio entre oferta y demanda.
The problem here in Los Angeles is the availability of housing in Los Angeles.
Rents will continue to rise because supply is not meeting demand, and academic studies indicate that a mismatch will continue for the foreseeable future. As you all know, LA has the least affordable housing in the country. Do we really want to make this situation worse by adding more fees? I don't see how taxing me and people like me will improve our housing situation. Thank you for considering my thoughts. It was a pleasure speaking to you all.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Stockham. I'm a renter in the city, aspiring homeowner, and currently a very broke graduate student. I strongly urge you to not pass the linkage fee. It will decrease the supply of new housing and increase the cost of housing. This is exactly what will not help housing affordability. Taxing new apartment and housing developments, which are already in short supply, will not generate enough revenue to make a dent in the amount of housing we need. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which was mentioned earlier, says we need 82,000 units of housing across all income levels. and this linkage fee will make things worse. Furthermore, there are other options that cast a wider net for generating revenue for affordable housing than this linkage fee. I love LA, and I want to stay here, but this is a tax on my future home. If housing becomes more unaffordable, me and my friends, who are teachers and nurses, will have to look into relocating to other cities. Again, I urge you to not pass the linkage fee. Thank you.
Hello, community members. My name is Daisy, and I am a member of this community. I live in Casa Hewa, and it was built by Little Turkey Service Center. Being a single mother of two, coming from a displaced home of domestic violence, I am here as the face and voice of the importance of this linkage fee that must pass today. They say if it doesn't pass, the sky will fall, right? But right now, the sky is falling. We need your help. I look over outside the streets of my neighborhood, and I see the sadness of these people that are out there. And me being a human being, one step away from being homeless with 2 children, it is a human right. It's not about profit. And it's not about winning or losing money. It's about helping our community, helping each other. We're here together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Fukuda. I'm also here with the Little Tokyo Service Center. Thank you, members of the Plum Committee and Councilmember Wisad for leading this effort. I just want to say that I support a strong linkage fee, and as a developer, we support a limited phase-in process to create a process that's less confusing. The need is very clear. Everyone spoke on it already. We also believe that changing not making exceptions for carve-out for promise zones is important as well, and we hope you take the recommendations of the Just LA Coalition. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Son Choi. 저는 한인타운에 살고 있고요. 민족학교의 봉사자입니다.
My name is Sunny Choi, and I am a Koreatown resident as well as a volunteer at the Korean Resource Center.
예, 저는 저기 한인들을 대표해서 링키지를 굉장히 많이 찬성을 하고 있는데요. 왜냐하면은 저희 친구 예를 들면은 지금 렌트비가 너무나 많이 올라갔고.
I'm here to represent many Koreatown residents, such as my friend, whose rent is currently rising.
혼자 렌트비를 감당할 수 없어갖고 여러 사람이 쉐어를 해서 키친이나 베드룸을 같이 쓰기 때문에 굉장히 어려워요.
She was unable to manage the rent by herself, and so she shares a small apartment with many other people who share their kitchens, their bedrooms, and all this stuff.
예, 그리고 다달이 오르는 렌트비를 감당 못해갖고 다음 달 렌트비를 걱정하느냐고 밤잠도 못 자고 굉장히 스트레스를 많이 받고 있습니다.
She loses sleep and has a lot of stress thinking about whether or not she can even manage rent for the next month.
그래서 지금 홈리스가 점점 늘어났는데 이런 상태로 가다가는 이 잠재적인 홈리스들이 굉장히 홈리스로 많이 나올 가능성이 굉장히 많아요.
There's already a huge homeless population, but if we let things continue, that population will continue to rise with people who are currently at risk of homelessness.
예, 이번에 꼭 150밀리언 링키지를 통과시켜 주셔갖고 이런 잠재적인 홈리스들을 많이 구제해 주시기 바랍니다.
I encourage you to pass a strong linkage fee of 150 million and to help folks that are at risk of homelessness as well as the homeless population.
Beautiful people. Good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't going to say anything, but having waited here, about 3 hours. But Los Angeles, if you haven't noticed by now that we have a problem. We declared a state of emergency, homeless emergency, some few years ago, and the answer is not colonizing Mars. We have the answer. It really grieves my heart when I see the senior population moved out of their units having stayed there for 30 years, and veterans, you know, I am a supporter of this linkage fee, and I just want to say those words. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One final point. We have gone over 10 minutes, our original allotted time of 1 hour, but what we will do is, the people who are standing, we will end the public comment at that time for those. This is the last in line. I believe that covers most, if not everybody here, probably everybody here. So we'll finish when these two lines finish for public comment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael. I work for Safe and Sound Systems, an electrical company. I think this linkage fee is just fixing the scratch, the surface. I think that it's been mentioned here, deeper problems, inequality because low wages, and I'm pretty sure this will continue if you just keep putting fees on the construction people. They won't eat it, we will eat it. And I'm not even able to live in the apartments I built. So I don't know what are we talking about. So we are just like, putting more wages and getting others money people to help others people, which is very nice. That's the funniest and easiest way to help other people with other people's money, and that's not right. I think that the federal government and you guys have to, you know, you live in the same world, so don't even talk like if you're detached from Washington, and please don't put the linkage fee on top of the people. We are tired of paying things. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Strathman. I'm with Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. We're in South Los Angeles, and we focus on tenant rights, healthy housing, and equitable development. We work mostly with very low-income tenants who are living in some of the most overcrowded housing in the entire United States. We're working with one family of 10 in a studio apartment building. They desperately need housing, and that is why we totally support the linkage fee. We think it should not be phased in, and we think it should be applied universally without exceptions for special geographic areas. There's been a lot of wailing about the prospect of losing market rate housing. Our tenants cannot afford that housing. It operates in a totally different market. It's like producing Bentley sedans when what you really need is used pickup trucks. And so that market rate housing might be a lot of things: a vacation home, a hotel room, an investment product. It is not housing for us. And so I really encourage you to pass the linkage fee. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rabia Sen with Esperanza Community Housing Corporation. You know why we're here. We want you to pass the linkage fee so that it generates at least $150 million in revenue annually. I don't think I need to remind you about the more than 20% increase in homelessness in the city, about the fact that someone needs to earn at least about $109,000 a year to be able to afford the rent on a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. You don't need to hear that whenever we talk with domestic violence service providers, they tell us about single women and families who are either forced back or forced onto the streets because they can't find affordable housing. That as a housing developer, we see families on our wait lists for 2 years or more because there is nothing more. We need you to pass this now. Poverty, and by extension, the lack of affordable housing, disproportionately impacts women, children, and communities of color. So please, this is not just a matter of housing justice, it's a matter of gender justice, of economic justice, and of racial justice. We cannot wait. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Buck. I'm opposing the linkage fee. At 24, I'm married and have to share a 2-bedroom apartment with a roommate just in order to afford it. I'm lucky enough to live in a new construction, but if the linkage fee passes, the next year there's no possible way for us to afford the rent on it, so we'll most likely move out. I know that I'm not the only one in the same situation, and if we wanted to afford a home in the next 10 or so years, then not only would we move out of LA, but out of state just to afford it. The linkage fee would cause more homelessness than help in the current economic standpoint, seeing as most of us are paycheck to paycheck, and an increase of rent even by $100 or $200, which is what the developer would pass down, or even the market rate would pass down, would turn.
They're going to raise your rent.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Rene Bernasconi from City 5. I have been working on making small to medium-sized apartments since the 1980s. And I'm in favor of all housing. But I would caution you and ask you to consider first more creative solutions to the problem that could raise more money than what you're figuring out right now. For example, all projects that are pending right now could be approved to get more housing done rather than dropped off like a lot of small developers have said. They will leave town or it costs too much. Why not approve most of the current projects right now and get more creative in the payment of fees over time or installment, or have the option to buy the old units that are coming off the vouchers, take the money. It's cheaper to buy than build. The city can build. It'll cost you twice as much than just buying old units that are market rate and convert them for affordable housing, just temporarily, until you study for 1 year. Thank you.
My name is David Kitani. I'm an associate pastor at New Life Community Church and part of the LA Voice Network. There are studies that have been shown that it does not slow down construction when you put in a linkage fee. That was done by a real estate and consulting firm, Kaiser Marston Associate, with nonprofit California Community Foundation. Also, the city leaders themselves did a study in 2011 that also concluded that it would not slow down development. So with that in mind, as a community church, most of our congregation lives in Lincoln Heights, in LA's East Side. Many of our congregation are working class folks struggling to make ends meet. Rising rent and unaffordable housing has already forced out members of my church, and they will continue to, and away from the spiritual support and the family that they need here in LA. In the book of Matthew, chapter 25, Jesus himself said that whatever we do for the most vulnerable and in need, we do it to him. Therefore, not only as a representative of the most vulnerable of these in my church community, but as one who must answer to Jesus, like all of us in this room, we must not drive away Jesus from our communities. I support the linkage fee.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Hector Wesso. I'm a tax-paying resident of Boyle Heights and a member of its neighborhood council, which has supported the linkage fee. I'm here in favor of the linkage fee. But I'm also here to communicate that as Angelenos, we've already demonstrated that we are willing to put money on the table for the type of city that we want to see built. We've agreed to tax ourselves to build out our transit infrastructure. We've agreed to tax ourselves for affordable housing and homeless services and homeless housing. We need developers to pay their fair share. The lack of a linkage fee, this isn't a new fee. This is fixing a racist exemption on corporate greed in development. Pass a strong fee today. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Marisol Sanchez. I'm the current president of the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. The board approved a community impact statement in October 2016 in favor of this linkage fee, and I just want that reflected on the record, and we'll resubmit to the city clerk to ensure that it's reflected on any future agendas. But I also wanted to come in here and speak as a social worker in the city of West Hollywood. I have seen the direct impact of having the linkage fee benefit the community in providing stable and safe, affordable housing for our most vulnerable in society. A home helps people live independently and thrive in the community. LA can learn a lesson from West Hollywood, so support this linkage fee. Thank you.
I was always told that if you really wanted to get to the bottom of any issue, follow the money. This does nothing to fix a homeless issue, which is very important in Los Angeles. LA has had millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to build low-income housing, and due to misappropriation, less than 1,500 units a year were built. They've had the opportunity now with this linkage fee to get free money to help fix their budget to spend it. There's no accountability to where this money goes. They still have no plan on how this money is going to get spent due to their own concessions. The government spends millions of dollars each year from here to supplement some of the rental fees. So how do we appropriate that funds? Affordable housing is a sustainable way to hold on the bureaucrats' accountability to spend the money in a responsible and regimented way. So if they can't appropriate their funds, they don't get any more.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mark Wareham with Mac Urban, developing apartment communities in South Park. We share the concerns on all sides that have been voiced this afternoon. We are committed to working through this program, which will be a long road, one with rough patches along the way. We urge that you adopt option C, and that you adopt the 2-year period of time to initiate that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are CREED LA. We support the affordable housing leakage fee and appreciate the committee's input. Now it's time to promote careers, the time to implement real solutions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Doug Smith. I'm a staff attorney at Public Counsel. My organization provides legal and policy support to affordable housing developers, community-based organizations, and low-income Angelenos facing unjust evictions, displacement, and homelessness. We see the impacts of our housing crisis every day, and we see the urgency, with dramatic increases in homelessness, overcrowding, and families forced to choose between rent and food or transportation. This is all occurring in the midst of a dramatic decline in federal resources. You know these statistics, and you've heard these personal stories. Our crisis is undeniable. But today, we have a chance to respond in a very meaningful way. The linkage fee isn't our only strategy, but it's a very important one. So we hope that you will avoid unnecessary delays in phasing and exemptions and commit to a fee structure that will generate $150 million annually. A thorough Nexus study justifies this approach, and our crisis requires it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that concludes our public comment on this item. I believe we got through most people who wanted to speak. We will go back now to discussion. We do have a motion on the table that I have proposed to adopt option C that has been amended by Councilmember Price to exempt the low market commercial areas in Slate Z promise zones. And I made several other amendments to that. Mr. Blumenfield has a few amendments. We'll summarize this when we take a final vote, but I just wanted to open it up again for any further discussion. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank everybody for coming out this evening and for your comments and for your participation in this process. Let me make it clear that District 9 totally supports the linkage fee. We think it's imperative. We think it's important. In fact, 21%. Hold on, 21% of the affordable housing in the pipeline is in the district. It's in the 9th district. So we're not arguing about the need for the linkage fee for housing. We are concerned also about job creation, about economic development, about business development, and that's why we're seeking the exemption on the low commercial market areas, because we want those areas to also thrive and to encourage the kind of economic development that's so important and vibrant throughout our city. That's why the promise zone was created, to encourage economic development within that area. And so we're just seeking the best opportunity to promote resources, to have resources, providing jobs, businesses, supporting the affordable housing is so very, very important. So again, Mr. Chairman, I totally support your motion. Happy to offer the friendly amendment, and I look forward to working with you and my colleagues as we create a kind of policy that will truly benefit all citizens in our community.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, you want to go last? Okay, Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members and all the staff that helped get us to the point that we are today to actually make a decision. It's kind of a funny, people were talking about this while I was running a year before the election, and I've now been on the council 2 years, so it's good to get to a point where we're making a decision. Then secondly, I want to thank everybody who came out to speak. It was very peculiar to hear people on both sides cite the exact same phenomenon for why we should make one decision or another. I especially want to thank the activist who, to use my colleague and good friend's analogy about a minefield, many of the activists are folks who deal with people who are the casualties of the minefield, because we've actually been stepping on the mines for about 30 years now. And there are people who have lost limbs and been displaced and suffered general tragedy while we kind of stood back and did nothing as a city. On the other side, I think I would call out the Business Industry Association in particular has done a stellar job educating all of us about the issue and shining light on the conditions and the stimuli and the impediments to building in the city of Los Angeles, and I think Southern California more broadly. Like I felt about HHH, which I told a lot of people the last thing I wanted to do was become an elected official and immediately be a part of raising taxes. That was not something at all we wanted to do. But when you go along the way we've gone along, knowing that you have a problem, every year the problem gets a little bit worse. But you know, it's documented, it's well documented. We've done study after study to document. There comes a point where you're out of good choices. And that's where we find ourselves with the linkage fee. We don't really have any good choices. It's not a good choice. I think it's a disastrous choice to do nothing, right? It is not a great choice to tax the activity that we want to stimulate. On the other hand, if we don't get sticks and bricks of affordable housing in the ground right away, the disaster is only going to get worse. This is not a debate between devils and angels. This is a debate between Angelenos about what kind of future we want to have. And there are honest and legitimate differences in it. One caveat I want to give, because I've been a strong supporter of the linkage fee, I will support my colleagues and my South LA brothers' motion about the carve-outs and as well as my colleague Mr. Blumenfield's motions. I'm for the linkage fee without any weighting or carve-outs or any of it, because we so desperately need affordable housing in this city. In my district, and I want to go on the record so people know where I'm coming from, and I've told this to folks on both sides. Of about 800 units of housing that is built in the 8th district, that's been permitted in the 8th district since I've been on council, 19 units are market rate. That's with no linkage fee, no JJJ, none of it. 19 units. In our part of town, we've been waiting for the private sector for 30 years. We can't wait any longer. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but that is the reality and the material conditions that we deal with. And so I will support this in the amendments today. I want to make sure we look at it every year, every 6 months, as often as we need to make sure we've got it targeted at the right place and it's actually accomplishing what we want it to accomplish, and we can pull back or add to it as needed. But understand, this is not something we should walk out of here cheering about. Because business is about making the bottom line. And we've made the decision in our society that housing is going to be a business. And in every business, your investors require you to make a profit. That's just the rule. It doesn't require you to be a bad guy or a good guy. That's just the rules of doing business. And so we find ourselves at an impasse today that I think can be resolved by forwarding this motion to the full city council.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
I want to echo what my colleagues are saying. It's been a really fascinating discussion and hearing all of the folks who've been talking, because I think I agreed with 98% of what was said on both sides. Because really, there is this duality. We are in a housing crisis. We need to get money for affordable housing, but we do not want to jeopardize middle-class workforce housing by raising rents. Those are both real issues. And I think what we're doing today is threading the needle. And as my colleague said, it's not something either way that we cheer about, because at the end of the day, there's a little give, there's a little take. There's not a simple solution here. But I think with the amendments that we've been talking about, we can thread that needle, we can move forward in a very positive direction, and I'm honored to be a part of this committee now and to be part of this discussion to move this forward. But I recognize also how complicated this is and how there are folks of good intention on all sides of this issue. And at the end of the day, we need to be able to put ourselves in each other's shoes and figure out a way to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Englander, thank you.
All right. So, yeah, I don't think 98% that spoke were correct. I think 100% were correct.
That was 2%. That was.
I'll disagree with my
They were 2%.
colleague from the Valley. And about 50% of what was said was exactly what's going to happen. Just don't know which 50. It's not that this is a gamble in terms of legislation. It's really a matter of people's lives are in jeopardy. We're actually in a situation today, as Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson so eloquently stated, that it is, in fact, the biggest moral challenge of our lifetime, and how to deal with the population that's living either in or just under poverty or at the poverty level, people that are living in the street. A recent study I know that we're all familiar with just came out a couple weeks ago that said if the rents rise in Los Angeles by 5%, and they're slated to rise by 4.5%, 2,000 people, 2,000 more families will be on the street tomorrow. Those are the numbers. There's no doubt in my mind that a linkage fee isn't just as simple as black and white. It's not, if we add it, we'll get the housing and fix the problem, and we will live happily ever after. It's going to have a cause and effect no matter what. So it's not a matter of, to me, of do we have a linkage. I will tell you right now, and I've shared this with everybody on both sides, I have always 100% supported a linkage fee. Now, having said that, in what form or fashion and linked to what? I think there are different schools of thought in how, and you've heard some of it by many of my colleagues that not only have spoken here today, but publicly that aren't on this panel, of different ways to phase it in, of certain exemptions, of linking possibly part of it to another economy, business travelers, the shared economy that we're debating right now, and Airbnb, and creating another policy that will be coming back to this committee very shortly for discussion. In fact, it's actually in the plan as one of the options for discussion, which hadn't been discussed yet today, in looking at creating a surcharge for all the out-of-town travelers. And by the way, it's a growing economy and typically recession-proof that's coming here and that's been here in Los Angeles, where we have nearly 20,000 hosts out of their home. One of the proposals that's in here from the planning department today is looking at a $4 surcharge per day for those out-of-town travelers. By this year's numbers, they used last year's numbers, but by this year's numbers, that's $10 million. Not costing a single Angelino a single dime. Not increasing rents, and putting all that money into affordable housing. It's good. So I think I like this one. So I think there's some options, and she put us in our place earlier. I think there's some options that have yet to be fully discussed, but I don't want to put this off. I think we can marry both if there's a will to look at it. So before I get into that, and I wanted to ask if there's a process that we can include that doesn't hold this up, and I've got a suggestion for that. I had some questions and some comments and some other exemptions. One of the things we didn't discuss is the exemption of nonprofits at all. This came up during the minimum wage discussion, and I know all of us have been receiving a lot of calls since then on how our those policies are affecting our nonprofits. I know the child care centers, the nonprofit child care centers in my district, laid off 20% of their staff already. One of them in particular that I'm do a lot of work with in my district. Recycle LA just kicked in, and we didn't exempt them from the franchise trash haulers fees, and their fees have gone up some 300% and 400% in cost on thin margins. And we haven't had the discussion on exempting nonprofits, and so I'd like to entertain that motion as an exemption to nonprofits. I'd also make sure that we have government, so we exclude ourselves, but not the nonprofits. We have government-approved projects or government projects or buildings excluded. I'd like to make sure we include in that design, build, or turnkey. It's probably implied, but not explicit. And we've got a particular project I can think of right now that we're doing. And it said nonprofit hospitals. I have an issue with that too. And I'd like to add all hospitals. And one of the questions when I started asking about this, they said, well, we don't know how much of a linkage fee we would lose and how much revenue we would lose if we added all hospitals, not just nonprofits. We've closed 18 hospitals in the last 25 years in the region. We're not going to lose anything. We're on life support, and we're not opening hospitals. The only hospitals that we may is the ones that are barely hanging on to try to retrofit because they're so old, and they're getting exemptions from the state of California and OSHPD because they can't keep their doors open otherwise. That's what we're probably talking about at most. I think it would be criminal to not include all hospitals. So I would ask, before going on to another conversation that I brought up early on, the readjustment on the shared economy investing, I'd like to ask for those three, the nonprofits, government-approved design build, and hospitals. Okay. So if we can add those. Okay, so that takes me to the next question. I've got a thought on it. The readjustment, by all calculations at $4 a surcharge, we can't have this discussion and get into any specifics before us, although it's in the proposal, so we're ripe to talk about it. The shared economy is coming back to this committee. It's already been set, and through precedent in Chicago and other places, they can actually charge a daily surcharge. It's our estimates that we can actually lower the linkage fee, the actual linkage fee on development projects that would adhere to it by nearly $20 million and still benefit to the same revenue that's being proposed by the planning department and what the mayor's goal is. Still get to that same goal. I see signs at 150, but it's always been proposed at roughly 100 million. Maybe it grows to that one day, but at $20 million, I'd like to entertain the idea that that would have to come back, as this ordinance has to come back as well. We don't have an ordinance before us, just so you know. What we're asking to do is ask the city attorney to draft an ordinance based on these conversations and votes that would then come back to this committee. So with that, I'd like it gives us the opportunity and time to in fact even ask for two ordinances, an option A and an option B, including whatever's passed out of this committee, as well as an option B of lowering it $20 million if we can get through a policy on shared economy that gets us to that number. And that $20 million would extend to the moderate and low areas, like Mr. Harris Dawson's district, Mr. Price's district. I think even, quite frankly, in those areas, $1 is still a penalty. I'd like to see them at 0. And I think this may be a way to get there. But so the moderate and low areas would be the benefit, not the high luxury. And so I would propose that we look at that. And then my last piece is the conversation on vesting, because we haven't had the conversation of what does vesting mean. And we have the ability under our charter and under law to define ordinance-specific vesting regulations and what it means. Oftentimes it means that you have an approved, deemed approved application. It could mean a building and safety permit. It could just mean that you have an application that you've submitted. And this is critical on a policy like this, because if we have applications that are in the pipeline and we don't define what that means, these are folks who have already laid out the number of units, who have already purchased the properties, who already have loans on them, and we don't want to lose the housing that's in line that we're supposed to get, because only 50%, half of all applications fail. So only net 50 to begin with. So I'd like to get the planning department, our director's input on a broad reach of what legally vesting could be based on not, and with the city attorney's opinion, but what would the broadest reach that you think makes sense would be. And the last thing, in closing, the best quote that I heard all day today was a construction worker that walked up here, because this goes to both sides, and said, "I cannot afford to live in the apartments that I'm building." And I think that just says it all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I wanted to just ask the planning department on some of the items proposed by Mr. Englander. If we exempt all nonprofits, what's the impact of that?
Thank you again, Ken Bernstein with Planning. We did do an analysis for exempting nonprofit hospitals specifically. This was originally a narrower proposal. The impact of that would be about $250,000 per year, $230,000 to $280,000, just limiting this to hospitals.
Was that based on hospitals that are actively building right now, or just a guess?
This is an estimate of what it would be. I think this is over the last 5 or 6 years,
okay,
average.
One second, but is that for hospitals or just on nonprofits?
Specifically for hospitals.
Okay, because Mr. Englander had, I believe, 2 proposals.
Correct.
One was for all nonprofits, right?
All nonprofits, and one was for all hospitals.
All hospitals. So,
Yeah, so
all nonprofits.
All nonprofits, we did not have enough data in terms of ownership, nonprofit versus for-profit, to be able to do that analysis to this level. I think the potential policy concern on that would be, well, first of all, the greater fiscal impact, but in addition, the potential for opening the door to possible abuse, having
we exempt nonprofits right now from business taxes. We exempt them from a number of things. So we haven't had the abuses previously and historically, and we've done that for 50 years.
That may be, I guess the concern would be perhaps new nonprofit entities might be created for the purpose of avoiding payment of the impact fees. So there is that potential.
How about the hospitals? If we exempt all hospitals as opposed to
that is a
nonprofit
minimal impact.
Okay.
So I think, yeah.
Okay, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kevin Keller, City Planning. On the issue of nonprofits in general, I think it's a very fair question. I think the way LA's linkage fee is proposed, it really has one category for residential and commercial. Let's assume commercial in this category. Other cities have developed a fee that has maybe 16 categories. We really wanted to keep it simple. So there was a fee for retail, a fee for restaurants, things like that, right? So as buildings are reused, a new user would have to pay a different fee. It's very complicated. As you know, people come in, they might have found a new building, they may purchase it, they may need to pay the new linkage fee at that time. That's not the case with LA's ordinance. LA's ordinance would only apply to new ground-up construction. The fear, it's a fair question, but introducing a new category that's exempt, that's a little bit more movable than a hospital use, means that when that building was built and when it changed uses, there could be a need to charge that new fee, or possibly the use of nonprofits. It's a fairly wide-ranging fee. So that's just our concern. We wanted to share that. I think the hospital makes a lot of sense. I think certainly it's a policy call on the nonprofits, but we are charging one fee at construction. We are not charging fees for changes of uses. We think is a really simple approach that LA's taken. But again, exempting a more open-ended, whether it's a nonprofit institution, a nonprofit advocacy group, a nonprofit foundation, those kinds of uses as those buildings are reused would create a tracking issue for us as well. But I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you. And how about all hospitals? You started off on that, if we exempt all hospitals?
So that is a possibility. We have not done the financial analysis on all hospitals. Again, there's not been enough data in recent years to be able to do that analysis. So we can't give you a precise estimate.
So we don't have the data on the impacts it would have, but from a public policy perspective, just generally, I mean, it would make sense to that it's a good public use. We want to encourage, we want to support, whether it's profit, nonprofit, if it's providing a needed service for the city, it may make sense.
Yes. To move on, the question about design, build, or turnkey projects, we believe that is already covered by the language of the ordinance, because it speaks not only to projects built by government agencies, but also on behalf of government agencies. So a turnkey project.
Okay, I figured it may be buried somewhere in there.
That is already covered.
All right. Mr. Bernstein, when you all come back, can you let us know how many hospitals there are that are not either government or nonprofit? Because I'm just trying to imagine what that is.
I think the more important question, because that's an interesting question, and I would add to that, is how many hospitals have we opened in the last 25 years,
right,
nonprofit or otherwise, and how many have closed? And I already know the answer to that, because I serve on the board of 5 different hospitals.
I would imagine, too, Councilmember, that most of the hospital construction we've seen in the recent years is actually a result of state requirements that they upgrade their facilities in order for emergencies. So they're, in many cases, they're actually not creating new rooms as much as there's state requirements. I think it was a result of the Northridge earthquake, and you mentioned Oshpod, so I know you're familiar with that process, where they're actually not looking at really increasing capacity.
Well, but some have.
Yeah, they have, and so they're doing a lot of new construction.
By the way, what most people don't realize is the average hospital for one bed, the construction cost for one bed is staggering. It's $1.4 million per bed for a new hospital. Right. It's $900,000 for a retrofit for one per bed and a redesign because of the rules and requirements. It's the most expensive facility we can build.
Right, and so a lot of them are actually being forced to do this construction. They're not electively doing the construction.
And that's why I mentioned all hospitals. Yeah,
so we could take a look at that just to be fair, because I think to be fair to them, they're not electively doing a lot of this construction. They're being mandated by state law, so it's not their choice. And they just need to operate, they need to replace facilities. So we'll take a look at that as part of the report back.
Okay. Well, thank you. So to summarize, let me do this. This is where we are now. I've made a motion to adopt option C, the 4-year approach. It was seconded by Councilmember Price, Mr. Price, and I accepted his amending motion as a friendly amendment to exempt Slate Z low market commercial. With regard to the motions introduced by Councilmember Bloomfield and subsequent friendly amendments, I will accept as friendly the performance look back of 12 months as proposed by Councilmember Englander, and to include a look at economic triggers and production impacts. Accept the $3 penalty for net loss projects. Accept the remove exemption for small multifamily in high markets. Accept as friendly the inclusion of missing middle in expenditure plan. And accept as friendly, again by Councilmember Blumenfield, the phase-in, but we want to make clear it's not a 2-year. I think what Mr. Blumenfield, you requested was, as proposed now, it's no charge for the first 6 months, right? And you're adding that for the 6 to 12 months, half, and then full after that, right? That's how you proposed it?
I proposed it for the first year would be half, and then the second year would be full.
The second, we're saying it different ways, though. Yeah, but
the 180 days. Yes, there's 180 days of nothing.
So just to clarify again, the first 180 days, the applicants would pay zero. From months 7 through 12 would pay 1/2 the ultimate fee, and then the second year the full amount, the full fee.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what I understand you wanted. That wasn't what I presented, but I know that we talked about it. I'm willing to accept that as a compromise.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
walk that through again.
The first 6 months is the full phase-in, zero fee.
As proposed now.
As
That's what's
proposed
on-
in the
that's
ordinance today.
Yeah.
This is adding an additional phase-in period. That second 6-month period, applicants would pay 1/2 whatever the ultimate fee amount would be based on their fee category, presumably, months 7 through 12. And then starting in the second year, the full fee would apply.
So it's not a 2-year phasing, it's a 1-year. 6 months and 6 months. After a year.
It's
it would be
adding
a
an
full.
additional 6 months to the
It adds
phase-in.
an additional
with the
6 months.
partial-
We had
It's a
6 months.
1 year. It's a 1 year phase
not
in.
a phase-in.
Yeah, it's a 1 year phase in. The first, as proposed now, the first 6 months is 0.
Right.
So now we're saying 6 to 12 months, half, and after that first full year, it's full. Right, okay.
I like the 2-year, but okay.
Okay, so we'll go, we'll accept that as friendly. With respect to Mr. Englander's, we'll accept the proposed amendment that we exempt all hospitals. Now, that's with the caveat that where we need the information before us, when this comes back to us, as requested by Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson. The burden of proof is now on staff to present that information. We may or may not change that, but
And I will just mention, staff went back and looked. In the part of the data issue here, in the last 6 years, there's only been one new hospital constructed, so that's part of why the data is so limited.
Okay, so we'll accept that as friendly, all hospitals. So I'll accept those as friendly. If anybody wants to propose any additional amendments.
I did have the
we'll
question.
take them up separately if you would like.
I did that, so nonprofits are going to come back when the ordinance
Report
comes
back.
back. A report back with
back.
the ordinance.
With the ordinance.
With the draft ordinance.
And the legally
And-
vesting report back as well.
The one thing that was actually in the, and the vesting and whatever that means,
Yeah,
we'll come back.
We'll come back with a
as
report back. on
with options. Correct, with options, okay.
a report back.
And the one thing we didn't go over was the industrial, which is on, don't ask me what page this is on. Was it? Third? Oh, only on the third page. It's early on. I'm digging through page 98. Oh, page 30, that's why. So page 30 was a recommended, and I support it, but we didn't actually discuss it, so I want to make sure it's included. Was an exemption for new manufacturing and industrial development. That was actually in here, and that is actually under option C, which is what you're proposing, so I just wanted to call that out.
Oh, it's not part of it, is it?
It is, it's under option C.
This was in a section of additional policy considerations for the committee to consider. And again, we did analysis of many additional potential policies and looked at the financial impact. In this case, an exemption for industrial and manufacturing uses would have a fiscal impact of approximately $1.7 million at the low end to $2.1 million
A year?
per year at the high end.
And just so you know, my district has the biggest hit to that. I have the largest light industrial manufacturing, biotech, logistics area of the contiguous innovate space. So it actually, and we're losing businesses out of there. There may be a net effect from the marijuana stuff, but that's not what we're trying to attract. We're trying to attract high-paying jobs. We've got an entire branding campaign that we've launched for that.
Paying, huh?
And anyway, so this was in there as an option. It's relatively insignificant compared to the overall plan, but I want to make sure that that's captured.
Okay, so I'm not accepting that as a friendly, but if you want to make that motion, we'll entertain it to the main motion.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll take a vote on that, okay? Mr. Bloomfield.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, of the 7 amendments I put, you dealt with
Yeah,
6
that's
of
a
them.
good point.
The one I had is a question about, which you didn't want to accept, which is the single-family home exemption changing from 1,500 to 750. Can we at least just have a report back?
Yeah, we'll get a report back on that,
On that
please.
at some point in terms of the implications of it.
Yeah, we'll get a report back on that. Yeah.
Great,
So,
then
thank
with
you.
that, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember?
Yes, sir.
We're just going through our notes. Just also wanted to flag, I think the committee raised the requirement of adding a project labor agreement per the HHH threshold. I
Yes,
believe.
I'm gonna go over
You're
those
gonna
right
go
now.
over those. Okay,
There's a
thank
few amendments that I made as well in my main motion that I didn't restate right now, but I'll restate them before we vote. All right, so, again, let's summarize. There's a motion on the table to adopt option C, the four-tier approach. It's been amended by Mr. Price to exempt the slate C low market commercial. I further move to amend to a requirement that every 5 years, planning and HCID undertake a new market analysis and adjust market levels and geographies where necessary, and also report on the revenues, expenditures, outcomes, and recommended adjustments to the fee. The addition of a PLA provision of the Housing Trust Fund that is consistent with what the council has approved in regards to measure HHH. I will remove, okay, I won't make my nonprofit, we're going to do, okay. A clarification for development that provides a public benefit payments when acquiring additional floor area. Then, with respect to Mr. Blumenfield's motions, we've accepted the performance look back of 12 months to include look at economic triggers and production impacts, accept a $3 penalty for net loss projects, remove the exemption for small multifamily in high markets, accept the inclusion of missing middle in the expenditure plan, request an amendment as a phase-in, one half of the fee from 6 months to 1 year after adoption, right? That's really what we're doing there. And then to accept Mr. Englander's proposed amendment that we exempt all hospitals. And we have several report backs. I hope the planning department kept a track of those. So we have several report backs, including the ones I remember, the legally vesting issue by Mr. Englander. We're going to examine all the nonprofits. We're going to report back on that, and Mr. Bloomfield's single-family issue. So,
And the manufacturing industrial.
okay, are you going to make that a report back, or do you want to vote on that? Because we're going to vote on the main motion. We could vote on any amendments.
Well, so
after that.
here's, just for a point of clarification, if I could. The vote before us today is simply asking for the city attorney to begin either a draft or a couple of different versions of drafts, depending on what comes out of this.
Mhm.
And those final drafts, if you will, or should be near final drafts, will then come back to committee with those reports.
Okay.
If we amended the ordinance based on those reports, we have to send it back to the city attorney, correct? That's what I'm checking on.
If when we come back with the draft ordinance, you make amendments, you can have us make the amendments and take that forward to council or bring it back to the committee. It would just then have the hearing at council.
But it would still have to
We'd have to
go
make
back
the
to the city.
changes.
The city attorney has to make those amendments. So if we get a draft back, this is what I want. And otherwise, I'm absolutely have concern with this. Oftentimes, what we'll do, and not the chair of this committee, but I've seen it in the 14 years that I've been with the city, that we've put so much work and it's gone so long, and as Mr. Harris Dawson said, he started working on this a year before he even took office. That's 3 years ago. And we get to a point right at the end where we really don't want to send something back because it's close enough, or there's one exemption in a study that came with an ordinance, but we'll revisit it at the 1 year mark where we never do. I just want a commitment that if we're going to make changes, it's not simply just to rush it back. We're close. I think we're very, very close. And there's a lot of work and collaboration that's been done on this. That we're actually going to have a real process that if we get some of these report backs that are critically important, such as exempting hospitals, that we have the ability to send it back to the city attorney's office. And the city attorney's office will make those amendments as quickly as possible to get them back to the full council. So we have that opportunity to actually amend if need be.
Councilman, another point that you may want to know is that the file is also pending in Housing Committee. So once this committee disposes of the matter, it goes to the Housing Committee.
Great. So we'll have opportunity. Okay.
Okay, so thank you. That will be the motion and friendly amendments that we have. Should we take a voice vote, or are we okay accepting? Do we need a voice vote on this? Yep. No voice, okay. So any objection to the motion before us as proposed? No objection, so ordered. Mr. Bernstein, you seem to look a bit puzzled. Just thinking? Just thinking. All right. So thank you. Well, after this significant vote, it's one of the first real votes as this proceeds through the legislative council process. It's an item that was proposed by our mayor, and we will direct the city attorney as well to come back to this committee in 30 days with that proposed ordinance. We would like to see it here so that as we move it forward, we have an opportunity to also collaborate and work with the housing committee as what the Plum committee adopted. So we'll bring it back to this committee in 30 days. Yeah.
Let me ask also, for the respective departments that are going to be working on those reports, if there's any way we can get those reports, not the night before committee, but I know it's a lot of work, but if there's any way to get them, because we got this report last night, which I get, it's fine. But for those specific reports, if we can get those back as they're ready to each of the members, that would be really helpful. So we're not sitting there ripping them apart and debating, and we can actually meet and discuss them. That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Englander, for that clarification. And I believe that concludes this item. We have general public comment. Anybody wishing to speak? No general public comment. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations.